Chapter 1982. After obtaining the key to enter the third hell and completing one of his goals, Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Now he could focus on finding the other kings of the imperial dynasty. Currently, the imperial dynasty only had Saint King, Sword of Gojoseon, Martial King, Diabolical King, and Dragon King left. They were the 5 strongest out of the 10 kings. With the life-chasing disc in hand, Chu Mu looked at where the golden needle was pointing. It was where Diabolical King was. If one had to say who he wanted to kill the most out of the 10 kings, it would be Diabolical King. He sped up and turned into a sword of light. He charged out of the volcano and headed towards Diabolical King. Diabolical King's 3 generals were all dead, and his strength was still at the peak of the middle stage of the 4th refinement. After all, it had only been a few days, and it wasn't enough for him to recover to the high stage of the 4th refinement. Diabolical King, who was searching for a way to enter the third hell, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. This was a sense of danger that was directly related to him. Did Chu Mu enter the second hell too? The evil king thought back and forth. The only thing that could make his heart palpitate like this was probably Chu Mu, who was a powerful enemy. Diabolical King wasn't surprised that Chu Mu had entered the second hell. No, I have to meet up with the other kings. Diabolical King thought. He made a decision and took out his royal token. Every king had an imperial medallion. The imperial medallion not only gave them the right to mobilize the undead royal guards once, but also allowed them to communicate with the other kings' swords. However, the 10 kings all competed with each other, and they all had their own pride. Although their strength was different, their dignity wasn't any weaker. If there wasn't anything special, they wouldn't look for each other. And now, the heretic king had taken the initiative to contact the other kings because of Chu Mu. Just thinking about it made him feel vexed. This made him feel inferior to the others, and it didn't feel good. After taking out the royal token, Evil King had an idea. Starting from King Kong, who ranked the lowest, he sent messages to Blood King, but no one responded. This was very unusual. He frowned and felt uneasy. Without hesitation, he sent a message to King Saint, who ranked first. Then he sent messages to Sword of Gojoseon, King Wu, and Dragon King. Very soon, the Evil King received a reply from the Holy King, asking him to meet up at the center of the volcano. From the looks of it, Blood King and the others have followed in Warlord's footsteps. Saint King and his celestial generals quickly approached a gigantic volcano and put away the medallion. His celestial generals were astonished. Lord, Sacred King, did the Blood King and the others also die under Chu Mu's sword? Asked the first Sacred King, Heavenly General. It's possible. Saint King said casually as he waited for the Evil King and the other kings to arrive. You should know about Evil King's illusion demon body. One of his clones was killed by Chu Mu in one strike. What? The 12 heavenly generals were all shocked. They had a general understanding of the Evil King's strength. They also knew of the illusory devil body's mysteries. Yet, Chu Mu was able to kill a doppelganger in one strike. This was practically impossible. Sword of Gojoseon led the 10 celestial generals and changed directions, heading toward the volcano in the center. King Wu and Dragon King did the same. This was the first time the 9 kings of the imperial court met up after they split up in the first prison. Because of Chu Mu, they felt ashamed and embarrassed. However, now that things had developed to this point, they had no choice but to do so. If Chu Mu really had the strength to kill Evil King's clone with one strike, then he was definitely stronger than 4th refinement. They had to take him seriously. The direction changed. The golden needle on the fate-chasing disc moved, indicating that Evil King had changed his direction. But with the fate-chasing disc, unless he entered the 3rd prison, he wouldn't be able to escape. At the foot of the volcano, Sword of Gojoseon, King Wu, Evil King, and Dragon King had all gathered. Blood King and the others might have already been killed, said Evil King. Until now, they hadn't responded. Tell me what happened, said Saint King. His tone was casual, but there was a hint of command. Evil King was furious, but he didn't refute. Instead, he told them what happened in detail. Everyone listened attentively. The main point should be Chu Mu's change. His black hair turned white. It's very likely that he used some secret technique at the cost of his lifespan, said King Wu. His guess was close to the truth. After hearing this, the others agreed with King Wu's deduction. In the face of absolute loss, everything is illusory. Saint King smiled coldly. Any secret technique has a limit on the increase of strength. This kind of secret technique that consumes one's lifespan has even greater side effects, added Dragon King. Your mind is in a mess. Sword of Gojoseon glanced at Evil King coldly. His tone was as sharp as a sword, causing Evil King's expression to change drastically. He almost exploded. Indeed, he was frightened at that time. What about now? Stay here? Evil King suppressed his anger and said coldly, We'll split up. The few of you will go together, said Saint King. Without waiting for the others to respond, he quickly left with his 12 heavenly generals. Chu Mu could kill Evil King's clone, who was at the peak of the middle level of the 4th refinement. His strength was at least at the peak of the 4th refinement. Even with the help of a secret technique, it was still very terrifying. Moreover, they didn't know where the limitations of that secret technique were, and the strength of the peak of the 4th refinement was enough to threaten them, except for the most mysterious Saint King. A mere Chu Mu, I can kill him with a single sword. Sword of Gojoseon was extremely arrogant. He also left with his heavenly generals. He didn't listen to Saint King's words at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right, he would have challenged Saint King and become the first of the 10 kings. You can follow me, Martial King said to Evil King. Evil King's anger was like a volcano, but he suppressed it and didn't explode. The Dragon King furrowed his brows, but he didn't have any intentions of leaving. His strength was at the peak of the 4th refinement initial stage. The difference between him and the Evil King was very clear. If Chu Mu could still use that secret technique, it would be extremely dangerous if they encountered each other. Moving together with the Martial King was the best option. As for Saint King and Sword of Gojoseon, their strength had already reached a level where they could only look up to them. But as for how strong they were, only they knew. Moreover, based on their temperament, they would definitely not join forces with them. He's here. Suddenly, Evil King opened his mouth. He had always been extremely sensitive to danger. The Martial King and the Dragon King knew this as well. Therefore, they immediately reacted and looked in the direction of the Evil King's gaze. With their eyesight, they could easily see the scene hundreds of thousands of meters away as long as it wasn't blocked. A moment later, a silhouette appeared in their line of sight. 100,000 meters wasn't considered long for a cultivator of the 4th refinement. That silhouette quickly became clear in the eyes of the crowd. When they saw Chu Mu also saw them. Very good. We saved 2 chances of using the fate-chasing disc. Chu Mu's eyes flickered. This was his thought. As for the Martial King, Evil King, Dragon King, and a few heavenly generals teaming up, he didn't feel any fear. This was the confidence that came from strength, a type of confidence. Seeing that we are here, you still dare to come over. You are indeed extremely arrogant. Dragon King's face was filled with a cold smile. Shortly after, the aura around his body trembled. Vaguely, there seemed to be a powerful dragon roar coming from his body. Immediately, a ray of light appeared from Dragon King's body and quickly circled around his body. In the end, it turned into a set of armor that looked like a dragon. Dragon King shook his body and transformed into a dragon man. Dragon King treasure armor. This was a secret treasure that the Dragon King had once obtained from a fortuitous encounter. It originated from the ancient times, and a Jiao dragon's soul had been refined into it. After the Dragon King treasure armor was refined, once it was activated, it would cover one's entire body and transform into a metal dragon man, possessing terrifying strength, speed, and defense. It was as if a human had transformed into a monster. Dragon King's strength was only at the peak of the fourth refinement realm. However, after using the Dragon King treasure armor, he reached the advanced fourth refinement realm. This didn't even include the secret technique. Without any hesitation, Evil King used all of his strength. The aura of the peak of the fourth refinement realm filled the air. Shortly after, he used another secret technique. Evil Chi soared into the sky, and his aura rose to the advanced fourth refinement realm. Facing Chumu, he recalled the scene where he was killed by a sword and felt his heart palpitate for no reason. Martial King's face turned serious. He clenched his hands, and a set of armor appeared on his arms. It quickly spread to his palms. The armor looked extremely domineering. The aura of the peak of the fourth refinement realm filled the air and filled the air. Martial King, Dragon King, and Heavenly Generals all released their auras to their limits. Their auras soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. It was like a volcano erupting. Hidden Dragon rises from the abyss. Dragon King clenched his fist and retracted it. Then he instantly punched out. A dragon's roar resounded. The terrifying fist energy condensed into a dragon that was over 100 feet long. It rushed into the sky as if it had rushed out of the abyss. It carried an unparalleled might and a spirit that could shatter the heavens as it rushed towards Chumu. Heavenly Evil Palm. Evil King also used all of his strength. He punched out with his palm, and it seemed like the sky was about to be pierced through. Invincible Finger. Destruction of the heavens. Martial King's arm shook, and a terrifying energy surged. He pointed out with his finger. His destruction of the heavens was many times stronger than John Wang's destruction of the heavens. There was no comparison at all. In the Imperial Dynasty, apart from Holy King, who was the Undying Saint Emperor's disciple, the other 9 kings all inherited the Undying Saint Emperor's secret techniques. This kind of inheritance was directly passed down from the Undying Saint Emperor. However, it didn't mean that they only knew one secret technique. Martial King had astonishing talent on the path of cultivation. He had used some methods to obtain the invincible finger from John Wang and had successfully mastered it. His level of attainment was even higher than John Wang's. Chapter 1983. The Flood Dragon came out of the abyss and soared into the sky. The Heavenly Evil Palm shattered the firmament, and the Heavenly Collapse Finger shattered the void. King Wu, and King Long also made their moves and executed their strongest attacks. Various colored lights tore through the sky and blasted towards Chumu. The tyrannical power caused Chumu's expression to change slightly. Under the first layer of the azure with her secret technique, his strength had reached the peak of the fourth refinement, which was equivalent to the current King Wu. King Wu's finger had brought him a certain degree of threat, but Chumu did not care about the other attacks. With the Heavenly Collapse Finger, King Wu launched other attacks. King Wu was known as the King of the Martial Dao. He had extraordinary talent in the Martial Dao. As long as he saw the Martial Dao once, he would learn it. Even if he did not learn it, he would be able to see some of its mysteries and come up with a better response. He was proficient in the finger, palm, and fist. After King Wu threw out 3 tyrannical attacks, his figure soared into the sky and instantly closed in on Chumu. Chumu shattered King Wu's 3 consecutive attacks with his sword, ignoring the other's attacks. In an instant, King Wu appeared before Chumu and launched an extremely violent attack. His arms, legs, and body, every part of his body had turned into a lethal weapon. The combination was perfect, flowing like water. It was like a waterfall that was 10,000 feet high, pouring down in torrents with an incomparable impact. In terms of close-range combat, Emperor Wu fully utilized his advantage and displayed everything he had learned. Fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, elbows, shoulders, knees, feet, etc. King Wu fully utilized every part of his body. It was Chumu's first time encountering such an opponent. In an instant, he was suppressed by King Wu and was at a disadvantage. However, Chu Mu's absolute strength was not inferior to King Wu's. His combat awareness and talent were also very good. He instantly adjusted himself and fought against King Wu with both offense and defense. Mountain slashing slash. The palm was like a giant axe, and a single swing of the axe could split mountains and shatter the heavens. The finger was like a sword, and it could pierce through the heavens, overturn rivers and seas, shatter mountains and shatter the earth, destroy the moon and sink the stars. Once King Wu launched his attack, the evil king, the dragon king, and the other heavenly generals had no room to intervene. In their eyes, King Wu's figure directly surrounded Chu Mu, attacking from all directions without any blind spots. They could only hope that King Wu could kill Chu Mu. Since they were both at the peak of the fourth refinement, the only way to determine the victor was through battle techniques, the application of power, the grasp of timing, the control of rhythm, and other aspects. King Wu was outstanding in these aspects, but Chu Mu was even more outstanding. With 2 swords in hand, after turning the tables around, Chu Mu struck out with his own rhythm, contending against the martial king. Gradually, under imperceptible influence, he gained a slight advantage. This was an irreversible process. No matter how the martial king exerted strength, he was unable to reverse his gradually increasing disadvantage. To King Wu, this was an impossible situation. It was the first time in his life that something like this had ever happened. Among the 10 kings, he was not the strongest, but his combat ability was the strongest. If they were at the same level of strength, King Wu was confident that even a Saint King would not be a match for him. But now, even though they were at the same level of strength, Chu Mu had not only turned the tables on him, but he was also gradually being suppressed. He was at a disadvantage and was unable to reverse the situation. The truth was the truth. King Wu had to accept it even if he did not want to. Using the secret technique, his aura skyrocketed. King Wu's strength instantly reached the peak of the fourth refinement. Since he was unable to suppress Chu Mu in the aspect that he was good at, then he would use absolute strength and his combat talent to suppress Chu Mu and kill him. The difference between the peak of the fourth refinement and the peak of the fourth refinement was very obvious. The advantage that Chu Mu had just gained was instantly broken, and the 2 sides were equal. King Wu's combat ability was an eye-opener for Chu Mu. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. It would be a very good experience, a kind of training. The same move twice is useless against me. This was what King Wu knew, and he had achieved it. But facing Chu Mu, the same sword had thousands of variations, making King Wu unable to judge. Not to mention the second sword, even if it was the third or fourth sword, King Wu would still have to use all his strength to deal with it. The battle between Chu Mu and King Wu did not seem to be as grand as the one that would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. However, both of them were very clear that when the other party's strength was concentrated, it did not seem strong, but it was actually very terrifying. It was much more dangerous than a scene that caused the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. King Wu's eyes burned with fire, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of fear that even he himself did not notice. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu could actually fight King Wu, who had used the secret technique to such an extent. This kind of strength was completely above his. No wonder that sword could instantly kill one of his doppelgangers. As for Chu Mu, could it be that he could maintain this kind of strength forever? For no reason, a trace of fear emerged from the depths of King Wu's heart. It spread out like a virus. King Wu's eyes were cold, and the aura that his body emitted was like a cold metal man. He raised his head and stared at the sky. With his strength, he could only vaguely see the movements of Chu Mu and King Wu. It was very vague, and this made him feel incomparably fearful. He was glad that he did not act alone. "All right, the battle ends here," Chu Mu suddenly said. With his current strength, it was very difficult to kill King Wu, who was at the limit of the fourth refinement. One had to know that King Wu was not an ordinary person at the limit of the fourth refinement, but a person who had astonishing battle awareness and talent. His strength had reached more than 100%, and he was definitely a monster who could fight above his level. The difference between the limit of the fourth refinement and the peak of the fourth refinement was very obvious. It was already very rare for Chu Mu to be able to maintain a stalemate without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even if he used the most tyrannical heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity sword style, the power that erupted was only at the limit of the fourth refinement. It might be more tyrannical than King Wu's current strength, but it was definitely not to the extent where it could suppress him. When facing an expert like King Wu, without absolute suppression, there was no way to kill him. Now, except for the withering secret technique, Chu Mu's other secret techniques had been integrated and could not be used again. In other words, those secret techniques had always been in a state of being used. Withering, the second stage, the moment his voice fell, without any hesitation, he directly activated the withering secret technique, which consumed 100 times more energy. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if something was disappearing from the depths of his body. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, and his entire body seemed to be in a state of weakness. However, there was also a terrifying power surging from the depths of his body, like a surging tide, rushing to his limbs and bones. The powerful power almost made Chu Mu lose himself. As the second stage of the withering secret technique was executed, Chu Mu's white hair fluttered in the wind like a demon god. The terrifying aura rapidly rose from the peak of the fourth refinement. Soon it reached the limit of the fourth refinement, but it did not stop there. It rose again, and only stopped when it was infinitely close to the fifth refinement. Such an aura made King Wu, who was close by, feel incomparably oppressed. Without any hesitation, King Wu quickly retreated, taking a step back. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters away, as if he was at the end of the world. Chu Mu did not understand what was going on with the sudden increase in strength, but he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The warning of death made his entire body turn cold, and his hair stand on end. Run, run, run. I have to leave as soon as possible. The farther, the faster, the better. Otherwise, I will most likely die here. However, Chu Mu, who had used the second stage of the withering secret technique, which increased the consumption of his lifespan by 100 times, wanted to kill King Wu. How could he let him escape? Without any pretense, Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. The sword light instantly disappeared into the void. King Wu, who had already escaped tens of thousands of meters away, suddenly trembled and stopped in midair. Soon after, his powerful aura started to weaken, and he could no longer maintain his position in the air. He fell heavily to the ground, and his powerful body directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. Blood spread out, dyeing the deep hole red. One sword was enough to decide life and death. Even King Wu's primordial spirit could not escape and fell directly. All of this happened too quickly. The evil king, Dragon King, and the other heavenly generals did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, it was already over. King Wu was dead. In front of them, a sword light seemed to extend from the distant horizon. It was as slow as the tide, but also as fast as the aurora. It was incomparably fast. The coexistence of speed and slowness made the evil king, Dragon King, and the others feel very uncomfortable. A strong sense of dizziness seriously interfered with their thoughts and reactions. This sword was slashed out by Chu Mu, and he did not hold back. With the absolute difference in strength, the evil king, Dragon King, and the other heavenly generals had no chance to dodge at all. After the sword slashed out, the sword light disappeared as if it was an illusion. The evil king and the others stood on the spot in a daze. Then their chests were cut clean and smooth. The terrifying sword intent shattered their consciousness. Chu Mu reached out and grabbed the interspatial rings of the evil king, Dragon King, King Wu, and the others. He checked them carefully and found that there was nothing suitable for him. He casually kept them and took out the fate-chasing disc. The evil king is dead. I have taken revenge. Brothers, please leave. Chu Mu looked up at the sky and said softly as if he was bidding farewell. Then, killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, there are still 2 kings out of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty. Next, I will go and kill them and completely destroy the imperial dynasty. He directly entered the image of the sword of Gojoseon into the fate-chasing disc. The image appeared, and it was very lifelike. The golden needle on the fate-chasing disc also started to spin. After a few breaths of time, it pointed in a direction. That was the direction where the sword of Gojoseon was. Without hesitation, Chu Mu moved, turning into a sword light. His speed was much faster than before. The proud and aloof sword of Gojoseon and the mysterious Saint King were the last 2 kings of the imperial dynasty. They were also the 2 strongest of the 10 kings. King Wu was already at the peak of the 4th refinement. Then, the sword of Gojoseon's strength would definitely be even stronger. They were both sword cultivators. Chu Mu's blood seemed to be boiling. Chapter 1984. Above a volcano in the second prison, the 2 sides were facing each other. One side had 1 person, while the other side had 12 people. Shocking sword chi soared into the sky with incomparable sharpness. It seems like you have a tracking treasure. The sword of Gojoseon said unhurriedly. His voice was indifferent, but it contained sharpness like a sharp sword. Every word was like a sword stabbing out, attacking one's mind. Those whose mind wasn't strong enough would feel weak and fearful under his words. Chu Mu only felt that although the sword of Gojoseon's words sounded calm, they were incomparably sharp, like a sharp sword stabbing towards him. However, his will was incomparably strong, and his mind was strong enough to not be affected in the slightest. The sword of Gojoseon's reputation is well deserved. Chu Mu said sincerely, even though they were enemies, even though he was on the must-kill list, he couldn't deny his attainment in sword Dao. It had already been ingrained into his bones, and it had become an instinct. Every word and action of his was an interpretation of sword Dao. You have also exceeded my expectations. The sword of Gojoseon said bluntly. This was the truth. In the past, he had never heard of Chu Mu's name. Even when he knew that Chu Mu had killed the Battle King, he didn't really take Chu Mu seriously. Until now, when Chu Mu stood in front of him, his aura wasn't inferior at all. The sharpness he emitted wasn't any weaker than his own. This was a peerless sword cultivator. The sword of Gojoseon's evaluation of Chu Mu was the same, and so was Chu Mu's evaluation of the sword of Gojoseon. In an instant, a trace of appreciation for each other appeared in their hearts. This was the appreciation between peerless sword cultivators. Traces of killing intent spread out from the bottom of their hearts. This killing intent was pure. It wasn't for revenge, jealousy, or righteousness. It was the killing intent of 2 peerless sword cultivators who had met their match. This battle was to kill the opponent and sharpen their own sword Dao. Their sword intent was roaring. The sword of Gojoseon emitted an aura that could destroy the world and all living things. The sword will of the sword of Gojoseon permeated the air. The heavens fell silent, the earth dried up, and all living things were destroyed. This was the sword of Gojoseon's sword intent. Extermination sword intent. The extermination sword could exterminate the heavens, the earth, and all living things. There was nothing between heaven and earth that could not be exterminated. The 11 celestial generals of the sword of Gojoseon were all peerless cultivators of the 3rd refinement. Moreover, they were all sword cultivators. The aura they exuded was very shocking. They were like 11 treasured swords. However, they did not charge forward. Instead, they retreated far away, leaving the battlefield to the sword of Gojoseon and Chu Mu. This was a duel between sword cultivators, and no third party was allowed to interfere. Although there was no wind, The robes of Chu Mu and the sword of Gojosian fluttered. Their white hair, which was as white as snow, fluttered. There seemed to be a touch of scarlet at the end of their black hair. With both swords in hand, the eternal sword intent and the extermination sword intent emanated from their bodies. The space around Chu Mu became strange. Half of it was as if it had never changed. No matter how much time passed, it would never be destroyed. The other half of it was as if everything in the world had been destroyed and turned into nothingness. Two types of sword intent. The sword of Gojosian's expression changed slightly. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. Since ancient times, there were very few people who had two types of sword intent. Moreover, most of them were relatively ordinary. For someone like Chu Mu, who had two types of sword intent, and both of them were of such a high level, was completely out of his expectations. It could be said that no one had ever done it before. The sword of Gojosian could clearly feel that the two types of sword intent that Chu Mu released were not inferior to his extermination sword intent at all. In fact, they were even superior. His extermination sword intent was condensed from the Great Extermination Sword Codex, which was ranked second among the Undying Saint Emperor's 10 unique skills. It was an extremely high-level sword intent. As far as he knew, there was no sword intent that could surpass his extermination sword intent. At most, it was on the same level as the extermination sword intent, such as the extermination sword intent. There were similarities between the extermination sword intent and the extermination sword intent, but there were also obvious differences. The extermination sword intent focused more on destruction, complete destruction, while the extermination sword intent focused more on the destruction of life. If one were to use an analogy to describe it, the extermination sword intent focused more on brute force, while the extermination sword intent focused more on technique. Now, the extermination sword intent that he felt from Chu Mu's body was the ultimate destruction of destruction. It had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. The sword of Gojosian felt a surge of excitement for no reason. He had not felt this way for many years. It was just like when he was still young. He was very clear about the origin of this excitement and excitement. Moreover, he might also be able to master this kind of sword intent, which could strengthen his sword intent and increase his strength further. Grasping the void, a long and narrow black spiritual sword appeared in the sword of Gojosian's right hand. The terrifying extermination sword intent instantly increased tenfold. Its power was endless, and it could destroy the heavens and the earth. The powerful extermination sword intent swept out in all directions, sweeping through the four extremes of the world. Like a sword, it slashed towards Chu Mu. The eternal sword intent circled around and collided with the extermination sword intent. They were evenly matched. As soon as they came into contact, Chu Mu and the sword of Gojosian understood each other. In terms of the level of sword intent, Chu Mu's eternal sword intent and extermination sword intent were of a higher level than the sword of Gojosian's extermination sword intent. However, in terms of the mastery of sword intent, the sword of Gojosian was much better than Chu Mu. Chu Mu had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, while the sword of Gojosian had cultivated for 10,000 years. The difference in the amount of time that the two had spent in sword principle was 100 times. Moreover, the sword of Gojosian's talent was also at the level of an eternal genius. His attainments in sword principle were unimaginable. Even though Chu Mu's talent was better than the sword of Gojosian's, the difference of 100 times was not so easy to make up for. Therefore, no one had the upper hand in the confrontation of sword intent. The confrontation of sword intent was just a test. With the sword of Gojosian in hand, the sword of Gojosian drew his sword. His sword seemed to have crossed time and space, and in an instant it pierced towards Chu Mu. The pitch-black sword tip appeared in front of Chu Mu's eyes in less than a breath, and pierced towards his forehead at an extremely fast speed. The two swords crossed, and the cross-sword light split the void. It was an attack against an attack. Both sides did not directly use powerful sword moves. Instead, they used basic sword techniques to fight. When they realized this, a trace of astonishment flashed through their hearts. In the eyes of many people, the basic sword technique did not have any power at all. This was because it was just a basic technique. It was a technique that only beginners would cultivate to build their foundation. However, anyone who had some achievements in the way of the sword would cultivate a more powerful sword technique. When used in battle, the lethality of the sword technique would be even greater. However, only those who truly had profound attainments in sword principle understood that they could not give up on basic sword techniques. They had to persevere in practicing them. Moreover, except for one or a few sword techniques that they had left behind as unique techniques, they would usually use basic sword techniques in battle. This had always been Chu Mu's fighting style, and it was also the sword of Gojoseon's fighting style. Basic sword techniques were nothing more than basic sword techniques, such as stabbing, chopping, slashing, and so on. There was nothing special about them. However, different swordsmen would have different mastery and understanding of basic sword techniques. The difference was the essence of it. In the world, there were no two leaves that were exactly the same. Even if they had the same shape, the veins on them would be different, or there would be differences in color. This was especially true for peerless swordsmen like Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon. They had immersed themselves in basic sword techniques for many years, and their attainments were indescribable. The same piercing, but each had its own mysteries. The sword of Gojoseon's basic sword techniques carried a sense of extermination. On the other hand, Chu Mu's basic sword techniques were all-encompassing. There were many styles, and he could do as he pleased. The two figures crossed each other in the void. The swords were incomparably sharp. The void under the swords was cut open. It should be known that the spatial strength of the deep blue 18 levels of hell was much stronger than that of the deep blue world. The second level of hell was also stronger than the first level. Even if a peerless expert of the third refinement attacked with all his might, it would be difficult to break open the space of the second level of hell. However, Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon's swords easily cut open the space of the second level of hell. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. In the distance, the 11 heaven generals of the sword of Gojoseon were all watching intently without blinking. They were completely captivated and immersed in it. Below them was a huge volcano. Inside the volcano, magma was boiling and bubbling. After the magma burst, a strong and pungent smell of sulfur permeated the air. Hot steam rose up in spirals. As the saying went, once an expert made a move, one would know if he was skilled or not. Both of them had the strength of a half step to the fifth refinement and were using basic sword techniques. Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon did not hold back. Every move was a sure kill. Their goal was to take each other's life. Although it was not a powerful ultimate move, if it hit, it would definitely cause serious injuries or even death. The battle between sword cultivators was always so dangerous and cruel. The slightest carelessness would result in death. The sword of Gojoseon stabbed out with Annihilation's spiritual sword. Silently, the spiritual sword seemed to pierce into the void and reappeared in an instant. As the sword tip vibrated at high speed, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed. It made this stab even more mysterious. It enveloped every part of Chu Mu's body. However, its trajectory was clearly grasped by Chu Mu's heart sword as one. Without retreating or dodging, the eternal spiritual sword swept out. Under the sword screen, it completely blocked the sword of Gojoseon's stab. The Annihilation spiritual sword slashed down and annihilated the void. The power was highly restrained and completely condensed in the sword. It did not cause any obvious damage to the surroundings. The aftermath of the battle was completely confined to a radius of a few meters. This degree of control over one's own power could be said to be the pinnacle. Chu Mu realized that the sword of Gojoseon's swordsmanship had surpassed the level of one with the sword. It had reached the level of one with the sword. Moreover, it was at the intermediate stage of one with the sword. It was almost on par with him. Ever since Chu Mu embarked on the path of the sword, he had encountered countless opponents. However, none of them had reached the level of one with the sword. The sword of Gojoseon was the first. Moreover, it was not at the initial stage of one with the sword, but at the intermediate stage. Similarly, the sword of Gojoseon had also realized this. Apart from the ancient flourishing age, this was the first time he had encountered an opponent whose swordsmanship was not inferior to his. Instead, it was superior to his. The feeling of meeting a worthy opponent grew stronger. The murderous intent in his heart grew purer. It was a murderous intent to prove the path of the sword. Chapter 1985. The sword light crisscrossed and the sword radiance tore through the air. Every sword strike carried with it a fatal danger. Every sword strike vividly demonstrated the fundamental sword techniques, and all kinds of mysteries were contained within them. The feeling of meeting a worthy opponent made Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon unable to help but feel a sense of joy from the depths of their hearts and souls. Living in this world, what one wants is to be happy, to be free and unrestrained. When a cultivator's strength and realm reached a certain level, and when they surpassed countless people in a certain field, they would feel lonely. It was a kind of loneliness at the top, a kind of loneliness that no one in the world could understand. As the saying goes, the person who understands you the most is your opponent. This was nothing more than that. You are indeed a rare opponent. Unfortunately, it is hard to say whether I will be able to meet an opponent like you after you. The sword of Gojoseon sighed softly as he drew his sword and displayed his sword techniques. What he meant was that he had to kill Chu Mu, and Chu Mu had to die by his sword. After Chu Mu's death, it was hard to say whether he would be able to meet an opponent like Chu Mu. Perhaps, after Chu Mu, he would be even more lonely. This was a kind of confidence in himself, a confidence that came from his soul and went deep into his bones. Those who were confident might not be able to succeed immediately, but they would definitely succeed. Those who were not confident, even if they succeeded, it was just a fluke. It was because of his confidence in himself that the sword of Gojoseon was able to achieve what he had today. After you, I will reach a higher peak in the way of the sword and fight against stronger opponents. Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he replied to the sword of Gojoseon. The difference between their realms immediately became apparent. In Chu Mu's opinion, he was different from the sword of Gojoseon. The sword of Gojoseon was indeed an excellent opponent. It could be said that he was the most outstanding opponent he had met so far. However, as long as one's life and cultivation did not stop, one would continue to climb to the peak and become stronger, and in the process, one would encounter stronger opponents. There were countless living beings in the world, countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses. With such a huge population base, there would always be some peerless and heaven-defying monstrous geniuses born in the long river of time. They could lead an era. When Chu Mu was in the Nirvana realm, he had met the strongest opponent. When he was in the Saint realm, he also met the strongest opponent. Now, among the ranks of peerless experts, the sword of Gojoseon was the strongest opponent in the way of the sword. Different realms from one realm to the next. Compared to the sword of Gojoseon's words, Chu Mu's words were more positive. Rainstorm. The sword of Gojoseon's eyes were extremely bright, like sword radiance that could penetrate the void. He shook his wrist slightly, and the body of the sword of extinction trembled violently. The sword shadow split into countless sword radiance, like a rainstorm falling from the sky. It was so dense that it could shatter the earth, and all of them blasted toward Chu Mu. This was one of the killing moves that the sword of Gojoseon had created by observing the rainstorm in the realm of the basic sword techniques. The duel of basic sword techniques made the sword of Gojoseon realize that Chu Mu was an extremely rare opponent. Chu Mu was the most suitable opponent among all the opponents he had met since his debut. Chu Mu was qualified to make the sword of Gojosian display all he had learned. The rainstorm was the beginning. In the rainstorm style, the sword radiance was like a rainstorm, sharp and violent. It shattered the sky bit by bit, covering a large area with a radius of dozens of meters in an instant. Then, the rainstorm and the surroundings blasted toward Chu Mu in an arc trajectory. The rainstorm that could cover a radius of dozens of meters all rushed toward Chu Mu. Its power was even more shocking. Chu Mu saw the mystery of the rainstorm style at a glance. Shooting star! With a low shout, Chu Mu drew his sword. As he thrust out his sword, the sword light was like a shooting star in the sky. It flew across the sky and exploded in an instant, turning into countless starlight. This was the sword move that he had performed after he had performed the 13 meteor strikes to the extreme. Under the starlight, the rainstorm of sword radiance dissipated bit by bit. The starlight disappeared, and Chu Mu and the sword of Gojosian closed in on each other at the same time. Boom thunder! The sword of Gojosian slashed down. The spirit extermination sword was like a thunderbolt, accompanied by a deafening roar. It was another killing move that the sword of Gojosian had created after comprehending the thunder celestial phenomenon. Rainstorm, thunder, hurricane, tsunami, landslide. The sword of Gojosian had lived for tens of thousands of years. His accumulation of sword Dao was extremely profound. He had practiced thousands of sword techniques, and his comprehension was superb. He had comprehended all kinds of celestial phenomena and created more than a dozen powerful sword techniques. In the past battles, unless his opponent was stronger than him, he could finish off his opponent and end the battle with these self-created sword techniques. However, after using all of his self-created sword techniques, he was unable to cause any harm to Chu Mu. They were all blocked. The sword of Gojosian was both excited and sad at the same time. He was excited because there was finally someone at the same level who could completely block his self-created sword techniques, especially when his opponent was a peerless sword cultivator. He could use all of his strength and display his sword techniques to his heart's content. However, he was sad because his self-created sword techniques had been perfected for thousands of years and had reached the extreme. Unexpectedly, he was unable to deal with an opponent at the same level. My sword is called extermination. My sword technique is called the Great Extermination. The sword of Gojosian raised his sword and pointed at the dark sky. The powerful extermination sword will instantly poured into the spirit extermination sword. The two complemented each other and increased the power by 30%. The wind and clouds in the void moved, and all life was exterminated. The Great Extermination Sword Technique. It was ranked second among the 10 unique techniques of the Undying Saint Emperor. It was only second to the Undying Deity Technique. But in terms of offensive power, the Immortal Deity Technique could not be compared to the Great Extinction Sword Codex. This powerful immortal Saint Emperor's ultimate technique was famous in the era of the Saint Emperor. It was a ferocious technique. Today, this ancient and ferocious supreme art was about to reappear. In the distance, the 11 sky generals of the sword of Gojosian seemed to know what was going to happen. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The Great Extermination Sword Technique. Many years ago, they had seen an extremely powerful, unique sword technique once, and it had left a deep impression on them. Today, they could see it again. They could not help but feel excited. Great Extermination Sword Technique. Throat piercing. In the deep voice, there was an indescribable, killing intent. It was like lava that had been brewing in a volcano for thousands of years. The Spirit Extermination Sword Technique carried a shocking extermination sword will and stabbed out instantly. This stab was extremely fast. The moment the sword stabbed out, Chu Mu felt as if his throat had been pierced. There was intense pain that rapidly spread throughout his body. The sword had not arrived yet, but it already gave off such a feeling. This sword had the strange effect of attacking one's mind. It was difficult to tell if it was real or fake. Once one believed that it was real, then the sword would really pierce through the throat. To ordinary people, the throat was undoubtedly a fatal spot. However, to experts, as long as their origin spirit and consciousness were still present, they would not truly die. When the throat was pierced, it would at most be an injury to the body. With one's self-healing ability, they would recover very quickly without leaving any wounds or marks. However, the Great Extermination sword technique focused on destroying life. If it hit any part of the body, it would destroy a person's life. Simply speaking, under the Great Extermination sword technique, even a spiritual body would become like an ordinary person's body. Their vital points would still be their vital points. Perhaps they would be slightly better than ordinary people. However, when their vital points were injured, their life would be drained away. It would be extremely difficult to recover from the injury. It would severely affect one's ability to unleash one's strength and could even cause one to die instantly, especially after using the Great Extermination sword technique to cultivate the extermination sword intent and using the extermination sword intent to push the sword techniques of the Great Extermination sword technique. The power would be raised to an extreme. In the ancient era, the Great Extermination sword technique was infamous because of this. Each sword could destroy life. Each sword could take a life. It was extremely brutal. A sword pierced through the throat. Chu Mu's mental willpower was incomparably firm. He instantly determined that this was a mental willpower attack. Unaffected, his body flashed, and he dodged the Sword King's piercing sword. His two swords crossed, heavenly cross slash. The dazzling cross sword light seemed to be imprinted into the void as it blasted towards the sword of Gojoseon. The moment the cross sword light was about to hit him, the sword of Gojoseon's wrist shook. The sword that was about to pierce through the throat suddenly stopped. But in an extremely short moment, it slashed to the side, trying to cut through Chu Mu's neck. Great Extermination sword decapitation. Other than the last few moves of the Great Extermination sword technique, the first few moves didn't have a difference in power. What they did have was attacking different parts of the body. When different parts of the body were attacked, their life force would be destroyed and they would wither. For example, if the arm was attacked, it wouldn't be able to be used. If the arm couldn't be used, how could it hold a sword? If a sword cultivator couldn't hold a sword, what was the difference between him and a cripple? Not to mention sword cultivators. Many cultivators mainly used their hands to attack. Even if they were experts in leg techniques, their hands would definitely be used to assist. Moreover, after many years of cultivation, the arms had long become an important factor in adjusting one's balance. Once they lost their balance, especially in a battle, their balance and reaction would be greatly affected. It would be hard to adapt to it, and their strength would be severely weakened. In a battle between experts, any weakness would be infinitely magnified. That was related to one's life. A sword slashed towards him, trying to cut off his neck and head. The feeling of his head being cut off appeared once again. Such a ferocious sword made Chu Mu's expression change slightly. Sword Chi Shadow. The decapitation sword cut off the head of Chu Mu's shadow. The dazzling cross sword light also hit the body of the sword of Gojoseon, but it was the same shadow. Endless growth. The real body appeared, and the eternal spiritual sword slashed out. Great Extermination sword decapitation. The ferocious sword move appeared once again. It was like a hand-to-hand battle in the arena. Dead silence. Great Extermination sword decapitation. The moment the sword technique was used, Chu Mu's waist was filled with coldness. It was like an extremely sharp sword had directly cut through his waist, cutting it in half. Decapitation at the waist. Decapitation at the waist. Among the punishments of mortals, it was one of the cruelest. After the waist was cut, the person wouldn't die. They would see their intestines bleeding, and the fear of death step by step was enough to destroy a person's will. Chapter 1986. Sword Chi Shadow? Layers of Afterimages. Chu Mu's body shook and turned into hundreds of afterimages. All of them were extremely real, and it was difficult to differentiate between the real and the fake. However, under the sword of Gojoseon's spirit extermination sword, they were all shattered. Clouds filled the air. An array of sword light was condensed. Without a sound, it pierced towards the sword of Gojoseon. Cloud-piercing sword form. With the sword in his hand, it became one with his arm. Chu Mu demonstrated the unity of man and sword to the extreme. Wherever his heart went, the sword would go. There was nowhere it couldn't reach. The sword of Gojoseon's Great Extinction sword form was an extremely ferocious and powerful sword technique with shocking killing intent. Moreover, its specialty was in close combat. Each sword was extremely ferocious and dangerous. Close combat had always been Chu Mu's area of expertise. The cloud-piercing sword form was one of the powerful sword forms for close combat. The sword of Gojoseon's hair stood on end as the sword pierced through the clouds. Instantly, he felt as if his forehead was pierced through. If he didn't react in time, his forehead would have been pierced through, and he would have died on the spot. Great Extinction sword form, dismemberment, an even more ferocious sword technique. The spirit extermination sword instantly split into 5 extremely sharp sword light and slashed down together. They respectively slashed towards Chu Mu's neck, arms, and legs. It was as if he was being dismembered by 5 horses. An eerie chill invaded his entire body, causing Chu Mu's body to unconsciously tremble. Instinctively, he retracted his limbs and rebounded. The spirit extermination sword slashed down from the sky. The sword form slashed through the Tao. Everything in the world was slashed apart, dispersed, and disappeared under the sword. In the world, only that sword light seemed to be eternal and indestructible. The Great Extinction sword technique was a sword technique with a pure killing nature. Not a single move was a defensive sword technique. In fact, every single sword technique pursued an even more extreme killing as the goal. It was completely unrelated to the word defense. The sword of Gojoseon, who had cultivated the Great Extinction sword scripture, had completely given up on cultivating defensive sword techniques. He had taken the extreme path of slaughter sword techniques. In his opinion, the sharpest attack was the best defense. As long as he killed his opponent, all dangers would naturally be resolved. A person's energy was always limited. It was impossible to take care of everything. Chu Mu's talent was outstanding. The higher his cultivation base was, the more obvious the development of his soul potential was. However, there was a limit. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it would take for one to appear. The fierce nature of the sword of Gojoseon was completely stimulated by Chu Mu's sword-cutting path. The sword of Gojoseon did not even have the slightest intention of dodging. Great Extinction sword, the dismemberment technique was executed without any hesitation. It was a method of mutual destruction. Would Chu Mu perish together with him? No, the sword of Gojoseon would not either. It seemed like he had no hesitation, but he was actually fighting to survive. Under the dismemberment technique, the coldness that Chu Mu felt was even clearer. The impact on his mental will was even more intense. Under the cutting path sword form, the sword of Gojoseon felt that his body, together with the heavens and earth, was being split apart by the sword. An extremely powerful sword technique would often have an obvious impact on one's mental will. The dismemberment sword landed on Chu Mu's body. In an instant, his head was chopped off, his arms were chopped off, and his legs were chopped off. It was extremely tragic. Under the cutting path sword form, the sword of Gojoseon's body was split from head to toe. However, it was all an afterimage. It was not the real body. Zhen Tian's sword form. The eternal spiritual sword trembled. Under the high-frequency vibration, various true meanings were integrated into it. turning into an extremely violent sword form. The sword shattered the void. Under the sword, the space was shattered inch by inch, spreading towards the sword of Gojoseon. The violence of the sword made the sword of Gojoseon's heart palpitate. Great Extinction Sword, Body Destruction. The Dismemberment Sword was the combination of the three sword forms of dismemberment. However, it did not attack the body. The Body Destruction Sword was completely targeted at the body. When the body was destroyed, the head, arms, and legs would naturally be separated. The Dismemberment Sword was more thorough and brutal. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. It roared crazily and was violent and overbearing. Great heavens, might sword form. Thunder rumbled. It was the wrath of the heavens. Sword light or lightning flashed from the sky. It was like the judgment of the heavens. It made the sword of Gojoseon's hair stand on end. This was definitely an extremely powerful sword. Compared to his Great Extinction Sword, Body Destruction was not inferior. The sword of Gojoseon did not doubt that if he was hit by this sword, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Even his primordial spirit would be shattered and he would die completely. It was naturally exciting to meet a worthy opponent. However, he did not want to die. On the contrary, he wanted to kill Chu-Mu. He firmly believed that as long as he killed Chu-Mu, the sword will of extinction would improve further and become even purer. This was a battle between sword cultivators. The collision of the swords and the collision of the sword techniques gave rise to incomparable sparks that splashed into the sky. The chi of heaven and earth became chaotic and violent because of the powerful sword techniques displayed by the two of them. It was like a dragon roaming freely and roaring endlessly. Such violent chi of heaven and earth was extremely powerful. It could easily tear a first refinement expert into pieces and kill a second refinement expert. Even a third refinement expert would not be willing to be in such a situation. Great Extinction Sword, breaking an arm, breaking a leg, breaking a head, piercing the throat, piercing the heart, cutting the waist, dismembering the body. Every sword was displayed by the sword of Gojoseon's Spiritual Extinction Sword. It was extremely ferocious and wanted to take someone's life. Cloud-piercing sword form, Dao Cutter sword form, Zhentian sword form, Six-Path sword form, Eternal Life and Death sword form, Great Heavenly Might sword form, Life and Death sword form. Every strike, under Chu-Mu's dual swords, was mysterious to the extreme, and its power was unparalleled. Suddenly, the sword of Gojoseon retreated. The Spiritual Extinction Sword seemed to have been retracted and hidden under his armpit. He adopted a strange posture. A strong sense of danger exploded from Chu-Mu's heart. It surged violently. Before the sword was drawn, Chu-Mu felt as if his spiritual will was about to be sliced apart by the sword. Great Extinction Sword form. The sword of Gojoseon's voice was extremely low. It was so low that only he could hear it. This move was the final move of the Great Extinction Sword. It was also the most powerful move, the strangest move, and the most ferocious move. Every living being had a soul. Compared to the body, the soul was obviously more important. Especially to experts, they could still survive without a body, but if they lost their soul, they would definitely die. The first 8 moves of the Great Extinction Sword all targeted the vitality of the body. Even though it would attack the spiritual will, it was only a side effect. The final move, Spiritual Extinction Sword, was completely targeted at the spiritual will, the origin spirit, and the soul. With this move, the spiritual world would shatter, the origin spirit would shatter, and the soul would be damaged. Chu-Mu understood that the sword of Gojoseon was going to use his strongest move. The two swords danced, and the chaotic and violent yuan qi of heaven and earth fluctuated. As it surged, it surrounded Chu-Mu's body. One sword pointed to the sky, drawing on the power of the heavens. One finger pointed to the earth, drawing on the power of the earth. The two swords rotated and crossed, and the power of the heavens and earth, as well as the violent yuan qi of heaven and earth, all returned to his body. The earth cracked, the sky collapsed, the essence of the invincible finger was extracted by Chu Mu and integrated into his own sword style. The final move, human extinction, used one's vitality as the price, sacrificing one's vitality in exchange for death. Chu Mu was now in the state of the withering secret technique, and his vitality was flowing 100 times faster. A little loss was nothing. The two swords combined and slashed out. The two swords merged into one. It was the heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity. The heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity, the sword of human Tao. In an instant, the heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity sword form and the great extinction sword form, the spiritual extinction sword form came into contact. But strangely, there was no collision. The spiritual extinction sword form's swords seemed to exist in vain, and the heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity sword form's swords pierced through it and slashed towards Chu Mu. The speed was too fast, and Chu Mu had no time to dodge at all. He was instantly hit by the spiritual extinction sword. The soul slasher slashed into his spiritual world and unleashed an astonishing power. It was as if a harmless kitten had turned into a ferocious and violent tiger in the blink of an eye. Like a ferocious beast, it wreaked havoc in Chu Mu's spiritual world. But with the help of the God-sealing compass, the spiritual world was 10 times more stable, and it was not so easily destroyed. In just an instant, Chu Mu reacted and immediately mobilized the eternal sword intent to guard and strengthen his spiritual world. He mobilized the annihilation sword intent, turned it into a sword, and attacked the spiritual extinction sword form swords. When his spiritual world was attacked, most of Chu Mu's consciousness sank into his spiritual world, and his perception of the outside world dropped to a very low level. When Chu Mu was hit by the spiritual extinction sword form, the sword of Gojoseon was also unable to avoid the heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity sword form. It resisted with all its might, but it was useless. This was because the heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity sword form was Chu Mu's most powerful sword form. After incorporating the essence of the invincible finger, its power increased exponentially. The sword of Gojoseon was good at attacking and killing. Defense had always been his weak point. When the attack exceeded the limit, it was not a good idea to fight attack with attack. The result of being unable to defend was to be hit. The sword slashed through his body, and the sword of Gojoseon immediately felt the vitality in his body flowing away at an astonishing speed. The speed of his regeneration could not keep up with the speed of the loss. In the blink of an eye, his black hair turned gray, his face aged, and his skin was dull and wrinkled. It was as if an ordinary person had turned from a young man to an old man in an extremely short period of time. Waves of weakness emerged from the depths of his body, and the sword of Gojoseon was shocked. The terrifying sword slashed into his body, and the power raged, constantly draining his vitality and destroying his body. He was powerless to stop it. With a cough, the sword of Gojoseon covered his mouth. Fresh blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers and dripped down. The bright red blood, under the impact of the violent yuan qi of heaven and earth, gradually dispersed, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Fresh blood kept flowing from his mouth, seeping through the gaps between his fingers and dripping down like rain. The sword of Gojoseon forced himself to open his eyes and stare at Chu Mu. He wanted to see Chu Mu die with his own eyes, and he no longer had the strength to use his sword. With every breath, the damage to his body intensified, and there was no way to stop it. Chu Mu stood in the void, and his body did not move. His eyes were dark and dull. Suddenly, a bright light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void, and also shattered the last trace of hope in the sword of Gojoseon's heart. You win. The sword of Gojoseon's eyes seemed to fade and became dark and gloomy. There was a trace of reluctance, a trace of unwillingness, and finally relief. As his body fell, Chu Mu did not attack again. The sword of Gojoseon was worthy of his respect as an opponent. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening without regret. Chapter 1987. The sword of Gojoseon had fallen. A peerless sword, cultivator of a generation, had disappeared. One of the 10 kings of the imperial court had fallen, leaving only one king. Chu Mu grabbed the space ring of the sword of Gojoseon with his left hand, but he did not touch the Annihilation spiritual sword. It should be known that the Annihilation spiritual sword was an upper-grade spiritual sword, and one of the best of the upper-grade spiritual swords. It was extremely valuable. Chu Mu did not take it out of respect. In the distance, the 11 heavenly generals of the sword of Gojoseon were all stunned when they saw the fall of the sword of Gojoseon. They did not scream hysterically, nor did they attack Chu Mu to avenge the sword of Gojoseon. When they came to their senses, they actually saluted to Chu Mu with their swords. Then, their swords flew up, circled in the air, and fell straight down with their tips pointing downwards. Chu Mu watched in disbelief as 11 incomparably sharp mid-grade spiritual swords fell straight down. The tips of the swords were all aimed at the heads of the 11 heavenly generals of the sword of Gojoseon. Without any defense, the sharp tips of the swords pierced through the center of their heads like tofu. The entire spiritual sword completely entered their bodies from the top of their heads. After the spiritual sword pierced through their bodies, the sharpness of the 11 sword of Gojoseon became even purer and sharper. Their eyes were like swords that shot out hundreds of meters into the sky. Then, wisps of sword chi spread out from their bodies, circling around them. The intense friction between the sword chi and the yuan chi of the universe produced a huge amount of heat. A wisp of sparks burst forth, and then became more vigorous like a wildfire, enveloping the bodies of the 11 heavenly generals of the sword of Gojoseon. Burn! Burn fiercely! Using their own sword origin as fuel, they burned their bodies. Under Chu Mu's gaze, the 11 heavenly generals of the sword of Gojoseon were burned by the fire. In the end, they turned into wisps of sword radiance and fell down. 11 extremely dazzling rays of sword radiance surrounded the corpse of the sword of Gojoseon, lifting it up and flying towards the crater of the volcano not far away. It sank into the boiling lava and completely disappeared. This scene made the corners of Chu Mu's eyes turn sour. An indescribable shock surged from the depths of his soul. A sword of Gojoseon, using his sword to feed his body, sacrificing himself. It was the first time Chu Mu encountered such a pure sword of Gojoseon. Vaguely, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Inspiration seemed to roar out, but it did not have the strength to do so. Chu Mu knew that he had benefited greatly from the battle with the sword of Gojoseon. In the end, when he saw the 11 sword of Gojoseon use their swords to feed their bodies and sacrifice themselves, he was even more deeply moved. However, it would take some time to completely absorb this gain and turn it into his own. Chu Mu was not in a hurry to leave. He stood where he was, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. As soon as he closed his eyes, the world disappeared from his eyes. In his mind, a sword radiance appeared and immediately divided into countless numbers, as if filling the universe. The sword of Gojoseon is also dead. The saint ruler, who was flying out of the crater of a volcano, suddenly turned and looked into the distance. His pupils contracted as if he had seen something through time and space. Ever since he knew that the Vajra king and the Blood king had died, he had been paying attention to the deaths of the other kings. The 12 saint kings and heavenly generals were first surprised when they heard the saint king talking to himself. Then they were shocked. The sword of Gojoseon. He was ranked second among the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty. His strength was only second to the saint ruler. Hundreds of years ago, he had fought with the saint ruler. At that time, the saint ruler had used all his strength to defeat the sword of Gojoseon. The saint rulers did not have much respect for the Battle King. After all, they were not weaker than the Battle King, and they were also the saint rulers' generals. However, the sword of Gojosian was different. He was only second to the Saint Ruler, and his strength was far greater than theirs. No matter how one looked at it, he was much stronger than them. How could such a powerful cultivator have died? Who was it who had killed the sword of Gojosian? Of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty, only I am left, the Saint Ruler said. Said the holy kings. The holy generals were even more astonished. Did he mean that the other kings were all dead? The sword of Gojosian was dead. King Wu, King Xie, and King Long, whom they had met not long ago, were also dead? Could it be that they had all died under Chu Mu's sword? As soon as this thought appeared, the 12 Saint Rulers were shocked by themselves. They thought that it was impossible, but this thought took root in their minds. The Saint Ruler did not say anything else. He put his hands behind his back and smiled playfully. The deaths of the other 9 kings of the imperial dynasty did not seem to be a big deal to him. Why was that? When he opened his eyes, the world appeared, illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Sharp sword light shot through the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. A vast and incomparably sharp aura instantly poured out. Below, the lava that was about to erupt was instantly suppressed. This terrifying aura was unparalleled, forcefully suppressing the lava that was about to erupt. In the next breath, the sharp light that was as deep as the abyss was completely withdrawn. Without the suppression, an incomparably violent roar came from within the volcano. After being suppressed, the magma seemed to have become even more violent, crazily surging upwards. Within it, there were even traces of the sharpness that belonged to swords. With a rumbling sound, the terrifying crimson magma torrent condensed into one and spewed out from the volcano's crater, soaring into the sky. In Chu Mu's eyes, the magma torrent that carried a sharp aura was like a gigantic sword that pierced through the heavens. Its might was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it could turn a 3rd refinement exceptional expert into nothingness and heavily injure a 4th refinement exceptional expert. It's time to get rid of the last king. Chu Mu retracted his gaze and took out the fate-chasing disc. Saint Ruler, are you ready? The Saint Ruler was the last king of the imperial dynasty. He was also the first king of the imperial dynasty. He was the most mysterious. It was hard to predict how powerful he had become. Chu Mu did not know. The only thing he was sure of was that he was definitely more powerful than the sword of Gojosian. The sword of Gojosian had not used any secret techniques from the beginning to the end of the battle with Chu Mu. Did he not master any secret techniques? Definitely not. He just did not want to use them because he was a pure sword cultivator. On the other hand, Chu Mu was also a powerful sword cultivator. They were both equally powerful, but they felt like they were evenly matched. They could only use their swordsmanship to determine life and death. Such a method, perhaps in the eyes of some people, was a very foolish action. Having a secret technique, but not using it, and losing one's life because of it, was simply foolish to the extreme. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, it was a type of devotion to the sword, devotion to the sword path. Only by being devoted to the sword could one reach the pinnacle of the sword. If the sword of Gojosian did not die, his achievements in the future would definitely be extraordinary. It was impossible for him to become a holy venerate using the way of the sword. If it were not for the fact that the great Tao was weakened and there were no holy emperors, he might have had a chance to become a holy emperor. Sword of Gojosian, I have learned something. Chu Mu bowed to the volcano. During the battle, he did not think too much. Only now did he understand. He felt rather emotional. The sword of Gojosian was indeed worthy of his name. He collected his thoughts and sent the image of the Holy King into the fate-chasing disc. The image quickly became clear and lifelike. It meant that the Holy King had not left the 2nd layer and entered the 3rd layer. Suddenly, Chu Mu was slightly startled because he saw that in the life-chasing plate, the Holy King's image seemed to have a smile on its face. It flashed for a moment, and Chu Mu thought it was an illusion. The image of the fate-chasing disc was sent in by the master of the fate-chasing disc. It did not have any consciousness. Thus, It was impossible for anything strange to happen. Putting his doubts aside, Chu Mu followed the direction of the golden needle on the fate-chasing disc. He turned into a ray of sword light and quickly flew in the direction the golden needle was pointing. His strength did not increase, but Chu Mu's speed seemed to have increased. He had indeed gained a lot from the battle with the sword of Gojoseon. Lord Holy King, we have already obtained enough keys. Should we enter the third layer? The first Holy King asked respectfully. No hurry, the Holy King said casually. The Holy King and the Heavenly General naturally did not have any objections. Everything they had belonged to the Holy King. The Holy King's words were like an imperial edict. However, they did not understand why the Holy King had not entered the third layer when they had already obtained enough keys. After all, the earlier they entered, the higher their chances. They could only keep their doubts to themselves. They did not have to wait for too long. After about 2 hours, they saw a ray of sword light in the distance, rapidly approaching. The sword light stopped. Chu Mu's figure appeared a few thousand meters away from the Holy King. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The Holy King looked at Chu Mu, who was a few thousand meters away. He was not surprised at all. His tone was casual and his hands were behind his back. He looked very calm. The sacred king's demeanor and tone gave Chu Mu a feeling that he knew he would come to find him. Moreover, it wouldn't be long. Unconsciously, Chu Mu thought of the life-chasing disc's strange phenomenon. He was deep in thought. If this was true, then the sacred king's methods were indeed mysterious. His wariness of the Saint King increased by another notch. Looks like you won't disappoint me, Chu Mu said. He was not good at fighting with words, and he did not like it either. However, how could he be at a disadvantage? The Holy King did not take it to heart. He had lived for more than 100 times longer than Chu Mu. He had experienced a lot, and his determination was unimaginable. How could he be affected by one sentence from the Holy King? The 9 kings of the imperial dynasty died under your sword, right? The Holy King seemed to be chatting casually. To be able to chase after the 9 kings and find me, you must have a tracking treasure. I heard that the Sky Race has a unique treasure, the Fate-Chasing Disc. The people of the Sky Race used the Fate-Chasing Disc to kill you, but you killed them instead. The tracking treasure in your hands is the Fate-Chasing Disc, right? The Holy King's tone sounded like he was asking a question, but he was also very confident. It was as if the Holy King had seen everything with his own eyes. Chu Mu's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. He also realized that the Holy King was different from the other kings. He was more difficult to deal with. However, such an opponent, such a strong enemy, would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. If the battle with the sword of Gojoseon was a battle between sword cultivators, then the battle with the Holy King was a battle between experts. Chapter 1988. In the sky, Chu Mu and Saint King faced each other. A distance of a few thousand meters was a bit far for normal cultivators. Even with an explosive speed, it would take them a few breaths of time to cross it. However, to experts like Chu Mu and the Sacred King, a few thousand meters was no different from 1 meter. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it would be hard to stop them even if they were in different space-time, let alone a few thousand meters. Of course, with Chu Mu and Saint King's current strength, they didn't have the ability to cross space-time. Among the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty, only the sword of Gojoseon is worthy of my attention, Saint King suddenly said. His words shocked Chu Mu. Among the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty, only the sword of Gojoseon was worthy of Saint King's attention. How arrogant was he? Or did he have unparalleled confidence in himself? Apart from the sword of Gojoseon, the other 8 kings were like cats and dogs in Saint King's eyes. He didn't care about them at all. However, this was an internal matter of the imperial dynasty and had nothing to do with Chu Mu. He wasn't interested in finding out. Plus, the 9 kings were all dead. Even though I know the possibility isn't high, I still want to mention it. Saint King's gaze landed on Chu Mu's face. It wasn't sharp or hostile. On the contrary, he looked indifferent, as if he was looking at a friend. But Chu Mu could feel that his gaze seemed to have the power to see through him. Come to the imperial dynasty. I will give you the position of the sword of Gojoseon. With your talent, your position in the imperial dynasty won't be any lower than mine. The sacred king's words made Chu Mu very surprised. The #1 king of the imperial court, the personal disciple of the founder, the undying Saint King, actually invited him to join the imperial court and even gave him an important position. This sounded unbelievable. After all, Chu Mu's relationship with the imperial court continued to develop, and the hatred between them had reached an extreme. The Holy King's expression and eyes were very sincere. He did not seem to be joking at all. In other words, the deaths of the other 9 kings were nothing to him. Such an invitation might seem very sincere in the eyes of others. Look, he didn't even take revenge for the death of the 9 kings and sincerely invited you to join the imperial dynasty. He also promised that your status wouldn't be lower than his and would exceed that of the past sword of Gojoseon. With such sincerity, even if the vast majority of the enemies did not agree, they would still be a little moved or even touched. It was a feeling of being valued. However, Chu Mu did not feel touched at all. Instead, he felt angry. Yes, such a Saint King made him feel cold and angry at the same time. His heart went cold because from the moment he saw the sacred king until now, only a few breaths of time had passed. The sacred king had only said a few words, but his attitude, tone, and the content of his words sounded like a casual chat between friends. Yet there was a hidden edge to his words. Every word was like a sword. Step by step, he wanted to suppress Chu Mu, yet it was hard for others to notice. Every sentence and every matter was beyond Chu Mu's expectations, causing him to feel astonished. As the astonishment continued to accumulate, his mental state would unknowingly be temporarily destroyed. It was like using warm water to boil a frog. When the frog felt it, it was already cooked. In a battle between experts, strength was important, but mental state was also an important factor. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. From this point, it could be seen that the Saint King was a very terrifying person. Fortunately, Chu Mu had been on high alert since he started chasing the Saint King. After seeing the Saint King, he became even more alert. However, he was still shocked by the Saint King's words again and again. His mental state was destroyed bit by bit. Fortunately, the anger that surged from his heart made him realize the trap in the Saint King's words. Why was he angry? This was something that even the Saint King, who could strategize and shake thousands of troops with his words, did not expect. He knew that Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon had fought before. That battle ended with the death of the sword of Gojoseon. However, he did not know that the battle between Chu Mu and the sword of Gojoseon was a battle between peerless sword cultivators. It was a very pure battle. In that battle, they had respected each other. Out of respect, they had approved of each other. However, the Saint King had only described the person whom he approved of as pleasing to the eye. Naturally, he would not feel comfortable. Of course, Chu Mu was not affected by this. What really made him angry was that the Saint King had casually promised the position of the sword of Gojoseon to him. In my eyes, there is only one person worthy of the title of the sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu did not reject or agree. However, what he said was actually a rejection of the Saint King. The Saint King was a very smart person. When he heard Chu Mu's words, he quickly connected the dots. That's a pity. I still think that the title of the sword of Gojoseon is more suitable for you. The Saint King sighed as if it was really a pity. Chu Mu was not moved at all. He grasped the void with both hands, and the eternal spiritual sword and the annihilation spiritual sword appeared together. A pure sword will spread out. Half of it was eternal, and the other half was annihilation. This caused the Saint King's expression to change slightly. He had not expected Chumu to have mastered two sword wills. Even though he was not a swordsman, he could feel that the two sword wills were very powerful and very pure. Yes, Chumu had gained a lot from the battle with the sword of Gojoseon. His swordsmanship had reached the peak of the later stage of the sword in the Heart Realm. He was just a step away from breaking through to the true peak. Of course, this step was not so easy to break through. Unless he met another peerless swordsman like the sword of Gojoseon and fought with all his strength, he would not be able to break through without hundreds of years of comprehension. In addition to the increase in his swordsmanship realm, the purity of his sword will had also increased by a level. The purity of a sword will was related to the power of the sword will. If a powerful sword will was not pure enough, its power would not be able to be fully displayed. Sometimes it would not be as good as an ordinary sword will. The Eternal Sword Will and the Annihilation Sword were undoubtedly the best sword wills. Chumu had never heard of anyone who could be compared to them, let alone meet one. However, he was also very clear that the potential of these two sword wills was limitless. Now, he could only say that he had these two sword wills, but he had not fully displayed the power of these two sword wills. At best, he could not even reach half of their power. Everything was closely related to the word purity. In the battle with the sword of Gojoseon, Chumu's purity of both sword wills had increased by a level under the stimulation of his opponent's pure annihilation sword will. With two swords in hand, Chumu did not waste time talking nonsense with the Saint King. Verbal exchanges were not his forte. His figure flashed, and he displayed the sword chi shadow. There were hundreds of afterimages, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Hundreds of afterimages, all holding two swords, charged at the Saint King. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed thousands of meters. The Saint King's expression was still calm. It was only when Chumu's figure approached that he pushed forward with both hands. It was as if he was pushing open a door, and a strong force was forcefully pushed forward. This was one of the unique skills that the Saint King cultivated, the cloud-expelling force. As the name suggested, it caused the clouds to move. Under the cloud-expelling force, the afterimages of Chumu in front of him were all shattered. After all, they were just afterimages. However, Chumu's real body suddenly appeared behind the Saint King's back, and the two swords unleashed a violent attack. The cross-sword light crisscrossed, and it continuously bombarded the Saint King's back. Under the second level of the withering secret technique, Chumu's strength was half a step away from the fifth refinement. With the increase in the level of his sword technique and the increase in the purity of his sword will, his attack power had increased even further. He barely had the power of the fifth refinement, and he was even stronger than when he fought the sword of Gojoseon. Chumu seized the opportunity and attacked continuously, causing the Saint King to suffer a storm of attacks. He had no ability to fight back at all. This change of events happened too quickly, and the Saint King heavenly generals were all stunned. Attack! Die! After the 12 Saint King heavenly generals reacted, they immediately attacked mercilessly. Scram! Facing the attacks of the 12 Saint King heavenly generals, Chumu only turned around and slashed out. The sword light swept through the air like a crescent moon, and the 12 Saint King heavenly generals were all killed. The 12 Sacred King heavenly generals were indeed not weak, but they were at most third refinement. The difference in strength between them and Chumu was too great. Moreover, they didn't set up a battle formation before attacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died so easily. Killing the 12 Saint King heavenly generals was like casually crushing 12 ants. Chumu did not care at all. His attention was all on the Saint King. Attack, attack, attack. He kept attacking. Cloud-piercing sword technique. The sword pierced through the clouds and stabbed the Saint King's forehead, but it felt a strong resistance. Dao cutter sword technique. The two swords slashed through the Saint King's forehead, but they were met with a strong resistance. This made Chu Mu understand that the Saint King's defense was extremely shocking. Zhen Tian, sword technique. The violent sword technique caused the sword to vibrate. It slammed into the Saint King's body and sent him flying. Heaven and Earth Cross slash. The resplendent heaven and Earth Cross sword light cut through the void and slammed into the Saint King's body. The cross left a deep mark. The distance between them increased. The annihilation spiritual sword slashed out. The grayish-black sword Qi had no beginning and no end. With a flick of the eternal spiritual sword, the sword Qi shot out and turned into a lotus. As it spun, it hit the Saint King's body. Endless sword Qi was released as the lotus spun, constantly destroying the Saint King's body. The two swords combined. The sword was out, and the sword will spun. It was the samsara of life and death sword technique. The terrifying sword wheel slashed into the Saint King's body. It cut through the Saint King's defense and cut into his body. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu raised the annihilation spiritual sword high up. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Lightning flashed and rumbled endlessly. A bolt of lightning struck down like a furious dragon. It tore through the heavens and earth and slammed into the annihilation spiritual sword that Chu Mu raised. Traces of pseudo-heavenly way power were stimulated and lingered on the annihilation spiritual sword. Great heavens might sword technique. Slash. The indescribable sword light made the second hell lose its color. Under the sword light, the void could not withstand it and collapsed. Chapter 1989. Thunder roared. The sword light turned into a world-destroying thunderbolt and struck down from the sky. The sword tore through the sky. The pitch-black spatial crack was like the mouth of an ancient monster swallowing the world. Under the sword light that looked like it could destroy the world, a charred figure gave off thick white smoke and a burnt smell as it fell like a meteor. The rumbling sound was like the eruption of a volcano, and the earth was shaking. The charred figure had forcefully broken open the hard ground of the second prison. As the ground shook, countless cracks spread out like spider webs, and the ground within a radius of several thousand meters collapsed. In the center, there was even a bottomless black hole, a continuous barrage of attacks. Every sword was an attack with full strength. Then he used the various offensive sword styles he knew, finally ending with the great heavenly might sword style. After a series of attacks, Chu Mu felt his strength instantly stagnate. Normally, he would need at least a few breaths of time to recover. However, under the azure with her secret technique, it didn't even take a breath before he recovered. Even if the sword of Gojoseon was reborn, it would not be able to withstand such a series of attacks. It probably would not be able to last until the last sword attack. Chu Mu believed that even if this holy king was stronger than the sword of Gojoseon, he would not be able to withstand such a series of attacks. Even if he did not die, he would most likely be on the verge of death. However, for some reason, Chu Mu felt a sense of danger in his heart. This sense of danger made him not dare to relax. Instead, it made him even more vigilant. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the black hole. His two swords shone brightly as sword intent surrounded his body. Time passed breath by breath. Each breath felt as long as a year. Chu Mu held his breath. Even his heartbeat seemed to stop. His attention was completely focused on the black hole. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of danger exploded from the depths of Chu Mu's soul. From the black hole, a fine ray of light shot towards Chu Mu like a meteor streaking across the sky. Fast, it was simply too fast. By the time Chu Mu realized it, the light was already right in front of him. There was no way to dodge it. In fact, before Chu Mu's two swords could cross in defense, he felt an intense pain in his chest. The terrifying light was like a sword that pierced through his blood shark robe and blood shark armor. Even his powerful body couldn't defend against it and was pierced through by the light. At the same time as the terrifying light pierced through Chu Mu's body, the enormous power also brought Chu Mu's body up into the sky, instantly covering several thousand meters. That light contained an astonishing power that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. It rapidly spread throughout Chu Mu's body and wreaked havoc. It caused Chu Mu's body to be covered with cracks like the heavens. In the next breath, he would completely shatter. At the same time, a figure charged out of the black hole. His entire body was charred black as if he had been burned by a fire. In the next breath, a shocking scene appeared. It was as if his skin had been peeled off. The charred skin fell off, and the holy ruler came out. His ruddy skin was like a baby's, as if he had been reborn. There wasn't the slightest injury on his body. His aura wasn't in disorder either. It was as if all of Chu Mu's previous attacks had been ineffective. How could such a terrifying attack not cause any harm to the holy ruler? Chu Mu didn't understand. He felt that even if the holy ruler had the strength of the initial fifth refinement, it was impossible for him to be unharmed in the face of such an attack. His body seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The power of the withering secret technique swept through his body. The power of Heaven's Bane didn't have much resistance against the withering secret technique and was quickly devoured. Chu Mu's injuries also rapidly healed in a short time. His strength also completely recovered. The two of them were tens of thousands of meters apart. This distance was no different from a few thousand meters. Seeing that Chu Mu not only didn't die from his finger, but even quickly healed from his wounds and recovered his strength, the sacred king was extremely shocked. Could it be that he has also cultivated the immortal deity technique? The holy ruler couldn't help but have this thought. The immortal deity technique was the ultimate technique of the immortal division. Other than the immortal saint emperor, he was the only one who had cultivated it. Even the immortal royal guards of the imperial palace had only been transformed by the immortal energy and hadn't cultivated the immortal deity technique. If it wasn't the immortal deity technique, then it should be a technique similar to the immortal deity technique. However, with the holy ruler's knowledge and experience, he didn't know what kind of technique could be compared to the immortal deity technique. What technique do you cultivate? The holy ruler actually asked directly. Should I call you the holy ruler or the holy sovereign? Chu Mu didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question of his own. With your age, you're already half a step away from the fifth refinement. It's a pity that the difference between the fifth refinement and the fourth refinement isn't something you can understand. The holy ruler said, only those who have reached the fifth refinement have a chance to become a holy sovereign. In one sentence, he had pointed out the difference between the fifth refinement and the fourth refinement. The holy sovereign was an expert below the holy emperor. However, Chu Mu could hear the meaning in the sacred king's words. It seemed that reaching the fifth refinement didn't mean one could be called a sacred sovereign. Instead, reaching the fifth refinement gave one a chance to become a sacred sovereign. These were two meanings. In other words, in order to become a holy sovereign, one had to reach the fifth refinement. However, reaching the fifth refinement didn't mean that one was a holy sovereign. What was the secret behind this? Chu Mu didn't know because he wasn't a fifth refinement cultivator yet. Ask. Chu Mu asked. He didn't give up the opportunity to understand the holy ruler just because the holy ruler was his enemy. Of course, he was just casually asking. He didn't expect the holy ruler to tell him. Peerless experts refine their laws. Holy sovereigns refine at least one type of law to the extreme and then control it, the holy ruler explained. It was a short explanation, but Chu Mu understood. A so-called sacred venerate was someone who had refined at least one of the laws they possessed to the extreme before gaining control over it. As expected, the further one walked, the more one could see. The higher one flew, the more one could experience. Do you have any trump cards? After the holy ruler finished speaking, he stared at Chu Mu. His meaning was obvious. If Chu Mu didn't have any trump cards, today's battle would be over. A powerful aura spread out from the holy ruler's body. It surpassed the fourth refinement, surpassed the fifth refinement, and reached an even higher level. As Chu Mu expected, the holy ruler had reached the fifth refinement. Chu Mu's current strength was infinitely close to the fifth refinement, but it was only close. Close and reaching were two different things. It seems like I have to use the third level of the withering secret technique, Chu Mu thought. His violent attacks didn't cause any harm to the holy ruler, but the holy ruler's finger had injured him. If it wasn't for the withering secret technique, he would have died. The difference in strength was too great. He couldn't hold back. The third level of the withering secret technique allowed one's lifespan to be reduced by 1,000 times. Once it was used, Chu Mu could only live for a few hundred years. Once he opened the third stage of withered secret technique, his lifespan would decrease by 1,000 times. Chu Mu only felt that the power in the deepest part of his body was rapidly disappearing. An unprecedented sense of weakness emerged, but this weakness didn't affect his strength. At the same time, Chu Mu's aura also increased rapidly. When his aura increased to a certain extent, Chu Mu felt that he had reached a bottleneck. That was the bottleneck of the fifth refinement. His aura continued to increase. A powerful force surged in his body, gathered, and then rushed out. After breaking through the bottleneck, an indescribable force filled Chu Mu's body. This force made him feel extremely powerful. Fifth refinement. This was the strength of the fifth refinement. The holy ruler watched as Chu Mu's aura continued to increase. It broke through the limit and reached the fifth refinement. It's not enough. It's still not enough, the holy ruler thought. His eyes grew brighter. After entering the fifth refinement, some information appeared in Chu Mu's mind. This information came from heaven and earth. It was information that every peerless powerhouse who entered the fifth refinement would receive. It was a gift from the great path of the world. I see. The fifth refinement isn't divided into beginner, middle, advanced, or peak. There's only the ordinary fifth refinement and the holy venerate. The information in his mind made Chu Mu understand this point. His strength was now at the level of an ordinary fifth refinement. However, the increase was still ongoing. Only, Chu Mu felt that the powerful energy in his body seemed to be restricted by some invisible force. The price of using the third level of the withering secret technique was 1,000-fold increase in his lifespan. Naturally, Chu Mu hoped to obtain even more power. The difference between the fifth refinement and the holy venerate is the control of the power of laws. I don't have the power of laws, but I have the true intent. However, my true intent has never been tempered. My strength is forcefully pushed up by the power of the secret technique. As his thoughts raced, the change in the situation exceeded Chu Mu's expectations. A strand of the withering secret technique's power actually entered his spiritual world, startling Chu Mu. Shortly after, a spiritual light flashed, and his consciousness came in contact with that strand of the secret technique's power. When he discovered that it wasn't rejected, Chu Mu immediately led that strand of the secret technique's power towards one of the true intents. The true intents that Chu Mu comprehended now included the true intent of sword, the true intent of piercing, the true intent of slashing, the true intent of shaking, the true intent of qi, the true intent of defense, the true intent of life, the true intent of death, and so on. Naturally, Chu Mu couldn't refine all of them. He could only choose one. Without hesitation, he chose the true intent of sword. To a sword cultivator, the true intent of sword was the foundation of all the true intents. A strand of the withering secret technique's power came in contact with the true intent of sword, entangling and tempering it. Even more of the withering secret technique's power entered Xiao Chen's spiritual world and continuously tempered the true intent of sword, causing it to undergo a miraculous transformation. Chu Mu couldn't describe this transformation, but he could feel that the change in his body was extremely profound and indescribable. Chapter 1990. It was unknown what the Holy King was thinking. He did not intend to disturb Chu Mu at all. Instead, he watched Chu Mu's changes with interest. He could feel that Chu Mu was undergoing a metamorphosis. He, who had already become a holy venerate, knew very well what kind of metamorphosis this was. In fact, he could not see through Chu Mu at all. The true meaning of sword was being tempered by the azure wither's secret technique. It rapidly transformed and became stronger. Chu Mu could feel that the power of the true meaning of sword was undergoing a metamorphosis at a shocking speed. After reaching the peak, he gained control. After gaining control, Chu Mu felt that the true meaning of sword was different from before. It was completely different. It was the same thing, but the quality was different. It was like the difference between charcoal and diamond. After gaining control of the true meaning of sword, Xiao Qin had an indescribable feeling. He seemed to have reached a more profound level in the way of the sword. Holy Venerate. This was the Holy Venerate realm. Little Holy Venerate, only then will you be qualified to fight me. The Holy King looked at Chu Mu and suddenly smiled. Holy Venerates were divided into Little Holy Venerate, Great Holy Venerate, and Supreme Holy Venerate according to their control of the power of laws. Now, Chu Mu was a Little Holy Venerate. Little Holy Venerate was the limit of the azure wither's secret technique's third level. 1,000 times the flow of time meant that Chu Mu could only live for a few hundred more years. If it was a few thousand years, it would feel very long. However, a few hundred years was not long. It gave Chu Mu a sense of crisis in his lifespan. However, since he had already used it, there was no turning back. He could only hope that he could find the world's spirit this time and gain its recognition. This might be the only variable. Hearing the Holy King's words, Chu Mu knew that the Holy King was also a Little Holy Venerate. Several hundred years ago, he was only at the high level of the fourth refinement. After cultivating in seclusion for several hundred years, he had improved so much. Not only did he break through to the fifth refinement, but he even surpassed the fifth refinement and became a Little Holy Venerate. There was a huge gap between the fifth refinement and the half-step fifth refinement. There was also a huge gap between a lesser Holy Venerate and an ordinary fifth refinement. It was no wonder that the Holy Sovereign did not care about the other 9 kings. This was the difference in levels. In Xiao Chen's opinion, aside from the sword of Gojoseon, the chances of the 8 kings completing the fifth refinement were extremely low. It was almost impossible, let alone a Holy Venerate. Not only will I fight you, but I will also kill you, Chu Mu said coldly. His killing intent was mixed with his sword intent as he slashed out with his 2 swords. As soon as Chu Mu attacked with his sword, he deeply felt that it was different from the past. It was a kind of sword intent and absolute control over both swords. It was an ability obtained after controlling the true meaning of the sword. It was like a kind of talent. To use an analogy, the 2 swords in his hands were originally connected to his arms, but now they seemed to have grown out of his arms and were completely connected to his blood vessels. There was no difference at all. The realm of swordsmanship directly broke through and reached the peak of sword in the heart. In an instant, Chu Mu's body did not move, but the 2 swords cut through the distance of time and space and attacked the Holy Sovereign. It was extremely fast. The Holy Sovereign moved his body, dodging and counterattacking. But with sword in the heart, Chu Mu could clearly grasp the trajectory of the Holy Sovereign's dodging and counterattacking. It was a kind of instinct or intuition. There was no need for Chu Mu to think at all. His arms moved naturally, and the 2 swords trembled and changed their trajectory. This kind of change in trajectory was completely out of Chu Mu's expectations. If it was in the past, it would not be so easy for him to perform. The changes of the 2 swords also surprised the Holy Sovereign. He did not know what kind of law Chu Mu controlled. A Holy Venerate could control at least one kind of law. After controlling it, they would have different abilities. What Chu Mu controlled was not a law, but a true intent. This was a kind of powerful force that was not inferior to a law. Moreover, what Chu Mu controlled was the true intent of swords. The true intent of swords was the foundation of all true intents to a sword cultivator. After controlling it, the sword cultivator would be able to use the sword to a higher level, just like what Chu Mu was doing now. Carefree, an incomparable carefree feeling. The extremely high realm of the sword technique, the astonishing sword technique, and the opponent who was strong enough to display the full extent of his sword technique made Chu Mu's blood boil and his pores open. His entire body's strength unceasingly circulated throughout his body and poured out along with the two swords. The swordsmanship and combat strength that Chu Mu displayed were completely out of the Holy Sovereign's expectations. But the Holy Sovereign was also an amazing genius. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the fifth refinement from the high fourth refinement and become a little Holy Sovereign in a few hundred years. As the successor of the undying Saint Emperor, the Holy Sovereign had mastered 10 of the undying Saint Emperor's lost skills: Invincible Finger, Earth-splitting, Sky-falling, Man-destroying, Heavenly Evil Palm, Blood Palm. Move after move, powerful ultimate techniques were unleashed from the Saint King's hands. They were all aimed at Chu Mu. Every attack caused the void to show signs of collapsing. The Holy Sovereign put 2 of his fingers together and turned them into sword fingers. He pointed at the void, and a sword light broke through the void and shot towards Chu Mu. An aura of extermination spread out. This sword move was the sword of Gojoseon's lost skill, the Great Extinction sword move. However, the sword of Gojoseon had focused on the sword and cultivated the extermination sword intent. The Holy Sovereign did not focus on the sword. Hence, he had only mastered a normal sword intent. But with his strength as a little Holy Sovereign, he did not have the extermination sword intent nor the extermination spiritual sword. His sword fingers were much more powerful than the sword of Gojoseon. After all, the difference in strength between a half-step fifth refinement and a little Holy Sovereign was too big. Chu Mu quickly dodged, but his 2 swords did not stop at all. They continued to slash towards the Holy Sovereign. There was no way to dodge. A layer of gold appeared from the Holy Sovereign's body and quickly covered his entire body. Diamond body. The 2 swords slashed onto the diamond body of Holy Sovereign. Sparks flew everywhere. The diamond body of Holy Sovereign was much stronger than that of the king of Gojoseon. Chu Mu's 2 swords were unable to break through the diamond body of Holy Sovereign. However, under the diamond body, the Saint King's agility was affected to a certain extent. Only his strength seemed to have increased. He threw out a palm, and a terrifying power shook the void. It was vast and endless, and it seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas as it smashed towards Chu Mu. Under the Holy Sovereign's 2 palms, the void cracked inch by inch and collapsed. It was pitch black layer by layer. A terrifying devouring power tried to devour everything in the surroundings and grind it into dust. In the face of this terrifying scene, Chu Mu did not panic. His eyes were as cold as swords. The 2 swords turned invisible, as if they had disappeared. They did not really disappear, but the speed of the swords was so fast that they could not be seen with the naked eye. Under the 2 swords, the dark space could not affect Chu Mu at all. Instead, sparks flew from the Holy Sovereign's body. Chu Mu's 2 swords hit the Holy Sovereign's body, but they could not break it. The power of the 2 swords was strengthened by Chu Mu's determination. The diamond body was not invincible. It could withstand for a while, but it could not last forever. The Holy Sovereign knew this. Therefore, his body swayed and his afterimages changed. They turned into 9 shadows and rushed towards Chu Mu from different angles. The afterimages were shattered by the invisible 2 swords. The Holy Sovereign's true body appeared beside Chu Mu. He crossed his hands and attacked with the inverted palm technique. The inverted palm technique was a unique skill that the Holy Sovereign had created himself. It was very powerful and was not inferior to 10 unique skills of the undying Saint Kings. Under the palm, time and space reversed, creating a huge surprise. Chu Mu's mind was in a trance. His eyes seemed to have lost their function and became blurry. Even the power of the heart and sword as one was affected to a certain extent. However, Chu Mu's two swords were not affected at all. Just like his subconscious mind was not affected, the two swords slashed towards the Holy Sovereign. This feeling seemed to be within his control, but also seemed to be out of his control. The control of the sword intent allowed Chu Mu's swordsmanship to reach an unimaginable level. Fight, fight, fight! Chu Mu and Holy Sovereign, who both had the strength of a little sacred master, fought crazily. They did not hold back at all, and the space around them was shattered. Chu Mu's two swords slashed at the same spot on the Holy Sovereign's Vajra body. Finally, the Vajra body was broken. The two swords slashed into the body, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc, causing great damage to Holy Sovereign's body. Immediately, the undying power spread throughout his body, and all his injuries were quickly healed in a very short period of time. Chu Mu had reached the strength of a little sacred master and had mastered the sword intent. Holy Sovereign had reached the level of a little sacred master and had mastered the undying law. Holy Sovereign had been cultivating the immortal deity technique since he was young. After 10,000 years, his attainments were extremely profound. Thus, he had comprehended the undying will and evolved it into the undying ultimacy. Then, it evolved into the undying law. When he became a peerless expert, he had also focused on the undying law. His mastery of the undying law was unparalleled. After reaching the fifth refinement, he had used the undying law to master it and become a little sacred master. The undying law was not inferior to the space law. It was a very special and powerful law. Under the undying law, Holy Sovereign had pushed the immortal deity technique to the pinnacle. Under the undying law, all injuries disappeared and healed. Simply put, Holy Sovereign could not be killed. He was an undying sacred master. Chu Mu had never believed that there was no one who could not be killed. The reason why he could not be killed was because he had not reached his limit. Therefore, his two swords continued to attack at an extremely high speed without stopping. After the Vajra body was slashed, it disappeared. Holy Sovereign could not dodge Chu Mu's two swords. He gave up on dodging and allowed Chu Mu's two swords to slash his body. However, not a single drop of blood spurted out. The wounds caused by the two swords healed at an astonishing speed. It was almost done in the blink of an eye. Using his body to block Chu Mu's two swords, Holy Sovereign's hands continued to attack. His fists, fingers, and palms were merciless. They were all aimed at Chu Mu. It was a fighting style that looked like he was risking his life. This fighting style was very shameless. However, Holy Sovereign had the ability to rely on it. With the heart and sword as one, Chu Mu could grasp all the trajectories of Holy Sovereign's attacks and intercept them. Chapter 1991. The strength of a Saint Venerable was undoubtedly very strong. The battle between Chu Mu and Saint King became more and more intense. Cracks appeared in the sky of the second prison. The sky gradually collapsed, and the ground shook. Countless cracks snaked across the sky. It was like the end of the world. The two of them attacked mercilessly. Every move and every sword was filled with murderous intent. They wanted to kill each other. What a powerful energy fluctuation. It's definitely a battle between fifth refinement cultivators. Every time the two of them clashed, a shocking chi would burst out. It swept through most of the second prison. Many of the strong cultivators who were still in the second prison could clearly feel it. It's not an ordinary battle between fifth refinement cultivators. It's a battle between little Saint Venerables. I wonder who it is. Some Saint Venerables also felt the chi fluctuations of the battle and judged the strength of the two sides. However, they didn't intend to watch the battle. If they were in the outside world, they might be very interested. However, in here, the most important thing was to enter the third prison as soon as possible. The pitch-black spatial cracks connected together and gradually spread out. It was faster than the self-healing speed of the second prison. It kept spreading and forming a huge spatial black hole. As the spatial black hole expanded, the terrifying suction force became stronger and stronger, swallowing everything around it. It was foreseeable that if this continued, the spatial black hole would continue to expand until it covered the entire sky of the second prison. Then, it would devour the second prison and destroy it. In the sky of the second prison, in a place where no one could see, an eye suddenly opened. It watched the intense battle between Chu Mu and Saint King. That eye was cold and indifferent. There was no emotion in it at all. It was like the heavenly Tao looking down on the common people. Suddenly, an icy glint seemed to flash through the eye. Chu Mu and the Holy King, who were in the middle of an intense battle, felt their bodies tremble. They were locked down by an incomparably terrifying, bottomless and boundless energy. Even if they used all of their strength, they were unable to shake off the sudden energy. They couldn't move at all. Both of their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Such power had completely surpassed the level of little Saint Venerables. Even great Saint Venerables couldn't compare to it. Could it be that a supreme holy venerable had made a move? However, Chu Mu felt that even the power of a supreme sacred venerate would not be able to make him unable to resist at all. This vastness was simply beyond the level of a sacred venerate, surpassing Saint Venerables. Could it be that the Saint Emperor had made a move? However, there was no sage emperor among those who had entered the deep blue 18 hells. And in this era, the great Tao was weakened, unable to support the appearance of a sage emperor. Where did the sage emperor come from? There was no time to think. That irresistible force carried Chu Mu and the Holy King through space and time. By the time they reacted, they were no longer where they had been. Similarly, the sky was dark and gloomy, but there were no volcanoes. In the air, there was not the slightest trace of sulfuric heat. There was no one else in the surroundings, only Shao Chen. The sage king that he had fought intensely with was nowhere to be seen. Chu Mu retracted his gaze and began to think. He and the sage king had fought with all their strength, and then they had both been imprisoned by an irresistible force and disappeared. It was very clear that this place was completely different from the second hell. The information that appeared in Chu Mu's mind told him that he was now in the third hell. The light in his spiritual world, which was the key to enter the third hell from the second hell, had disappeared at some point. Is it because my battle with the Sage King caused too much damage to the second hell? After thinking about it, Chu Mu could only think of this point. Then, his thoughts seemed to become clearer. If that's really the case, then the person who imprisoned me and the Sage King, could it be? As soon as this thought appeared, Chu Mu could not help but feel waves of shock. At the same time, he felt fortunate that the other party had no murderous intent. Otherwise, he and the Sage King would definitely be dead. It seemed that the separation between Shao Chen and the Sage King was also caused by the other party. The other party's goal was probably to prevent them from fighting again, and thus destroy the stability of the deep blue 18 levels of hell. If that's true, then the battle between holy venerables in the deep blue 18 levels of hell is very likely to be limited. Chu Mu thought to himself. However, Chu Mu did not know whether this guess was true or not. After all, it was only a guess. Whether it could be proven was another matter. After thinking about it, Chu Mu did not take out the life-chasing compass to track the Sage King. This was because his current strength could not do anything to the Sage King at all. Even if his strength had greatly increased and the power of his two swords was shocking and could cause serious damage to the Sage King, the Sage King's immortal deity technique and immortal law completely gave him the advantage of being immortal. No matter how serious the injury was, it would heal instantly. Chu Mu firmly believed that there was no such thing as immortality. However, with his current strength, it was difficult to truly kill the Sage King. So what if he found him and fought him? Could it be that he had to use the last stage of the withering secret skill? The last stage would consume 10,000 times of one's lifespan. At that time, he would only be able to live for a few decades. If living for a few hundred years made him feel threatened, then living for a few decades would make him feel threatened. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chu Mu would not use the last stage of the withering secret skill. However, this did not mean that he would let the Sage King go. The deep blue 18 levels of hell was only the 3rd level. There was still a chance. If I can obtain the recognition of the spirit of the world and become the son of the world, I will have incredible power. At that time, I will be able to easily kill a mere Sage King. Chu Mu thought to himself. When he thought of the incomparably terrifying force that had imprisoned him and the Sage King, his heart burned with passion. Of course, if it was possible, Chu Mu would rather do it himself and kill the Sage King. However, he was not a pedantic person. He had his own stubbornness and also his own flexibility. I have the 3-star deep blue sacred pearl. Now I can try and see if I can enter the 4th level directly. Chu Mu thought to himself. He took out a deep blue sacred pearl. The deep blue radiance was restrained, and within it, there were 3 stars shining brightly. He communicated with the 3-star deep blue sacred pearl in his hand. It really works. With a smile, Chu Mu's figure instantly disappeared. He left the 3rd level of hell and entered the 4th level of hell. Chu Mu, let's fight again next time. After entering the 3rd level of hell, the Sage King looked around and immediately guessed what had happened. He muttered to himself, his eyes blazing. Power, power that surpasses the power of a sacred sovereign. Immediately, the Sage King sped up and left the place, looking for a way to enter the 4th level of hell. The way to enter each level of hell was different. For example, to enter the 1st level, one had to be verified by the World Monument and leave a mark on it to obtain the right to enter. To enter the 2nd level from the 1st level, one had to kill the Hell Beast and obtain the key. To enter the 3rd level from the 2nd level, one had to find the key in the volcano. The way to enter the 4th level from the 3rd level was different from before. One had to look for it on their own. As long as one was diligent enough, one would be able to find some clues and deduce it to confirm it. Chu Mu did not need to do that. He directly used the 3-star deep blue sacred pearl to enter the 4th level of hell from the 3rd level. After entering the 4th level, the 3-star deep blue sacred pearl in his hand disappeared, just like the keys from before. As soon as Chu Mu entered the 4th level of hell, he felt a chill circling him. The sky was similarly gray, but it was not dark gray. Instead, it was a kind of grayish blue. The ground was a pale blue with mottled gray spots, appearing to be embellishments. At a glance, there was an illusory image of a mountain in the distance. That mountain was not an ordinary mountain. Instead, it was a kind of blue-white mountain. It continuously emitted wisps of frosty white aura, causing the temperature in the air to drop. The 4th level of hell could also be called the ice prison. I have 4 deep blue sacred pearls, 3, 7, 9, and 12 stars. So, I can enter the 4th level directly from the 3rd level. Now that I have entered the 7th level, I can use the 7-star deep blue sacred pearl to enter the 8th level directly. After that, I can use the 9-star deep blue sacred pearl to enter the 10th level directly. And in the 12th level, I can use the 12-star deep blue sacred pearl to enter the 13th level directly. Chu Mu thought there were a total of 18 deep blue sacred pearls, and he had 4 of them. Moreover, some people who had deep blue sacred pearls did not have the right to enter the deep blue 18 levels of hell. In this way, he had a clear advantage over the other experts who had entered the deep blue 18 levels of hell. He felt that there should not be anyone who had more deep blue sacred pearls than him, let alone surpassing him. This clear advantage allowed Chu Mu to enter the 18 levels of hell faster and find the world spirit earlier than the other experts. The deep blue 18 levels of hell correspond to 18 deep blue sacred pearls. Then, the 18 levels of hell should not be where the world spirit is. It should be in a lower level. If I find the right method or use the 18-star deep blue sacred pearl to enter, that will be the true location of the world spirit. Chumu thought, although I don't know how to obtain the recognition of the world spirit, finding the world spirit first will give me an advantage. But I wonder how to enter the 5th level from the 4th level of hell? With that thought, Chumu's spiritual energy spread out in all directions, covering an area of 100,000 meters as he carefully searched. It was because he did not know the method that he had to use such a stupid method. He had to try first. While he was trying, he would slowly search until he found the world spirit. In the sky above the 4th level of hell, an eye appeared. It stared indifferently at Chumu's figure. After a few breaths, it disappeared. Chumu did not notice it at all. Chapter 1992. Deep Blue World. After the 9 kings of the imperial court came out of seclusion, the 9 king divisions were no longer as secretive as before. Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu joined forces and killed their way into the king divisions of the Vajra King, Qin King, and Ghost King, wantonly slaughtering everyone in the 3 king divisions. Since the 3 king divisions were destroyed, the immortal royal guards guarding them naturally wouldn't sit by and watch. All of them took action. The immortal royal guards of the 3 king divisions weren't weak, but they were still weaker than the war king division's immortal royal guards. How could they be a match for Xia Yongxuan, who was a half-step to the 4th refinement? However, they were difficult to kill. Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu used Chumu's method to deal with these immortal royal guards. This time, the 2 of them found a new king division, the Blood King division. At this moment, when almost all the peerless experts of the 3rd refinement and above had entered the deep blue 18 hells, Xia Yongxuan, who was a half-step to the 4th refinement, was almost invincible. Of course, there were also powerful immortal royal guards in the various king divisions of the imperial court. Moreover, their undying characteristics made them extremely difficult to kill. In the battle of the Blood King division, Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu destroyed it in the end. They also cut the immortal royal guards into pieces and placed them into spatial cracks in their spatial rings. However, this battle also made them realize that it was extremely difficult to destroy all the king divisions of the imperial court. Brother Xia, the Blood King division, ranked 6th, has an immortal royal guard commander whose strength is already at the 3rd refinement. The higher-ranked king division might have an even stronger immortal royal guard commander, Kong Lu said with a serious expression. Moreover, the immortal royal guards are extremely difficult to kill. Once they have the strength of the 3rd refinement, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. After the massacre and the destruction of the 4 king divisions, Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu's anger had already been vented. They weren't in such a hurry. Therefore, they needed to think more. Perhaps if they could eliminate the 9 king divisions of the imperial court by sacrificing their lives, they wouldn't refuse. The problem was that even if they sacrificed their lives, they wouldn't be able to achieve their goal. Based on the current situation, it was already impossible for them to destroy the 9 king divisions of the imperial court with their strength. Let's go to the Dragon King's royal division again, Xia Yongxuan said after a moment of silence. We'll consider it again after we destroy the Dragon King's royal division. The way to enter the 5th prison from the 4th prison was very strange. It was cold resistance. The closer one got to the center of the 4th layer, the colder the temperature became. It was so cold that it could even affect lesser sacred masters like Chumu. Under the invasion of the coldness, one had to constantly resist it. After a certain amount of time, one would be qualified to enter the 5th layer. After entering the 5th layer, Chumu encountered a celestial race Holy Venerate, a great Holy Venerate, who was clearly stronger than Chumu. Chumu did not intend to fight to the death. After fighting for a while, he found an opportunity to escape. Under the pursuit of the celestial race, great holy venerate, he found a way to quickly enter the 6th layer. Chu estimated that he would have to execute the 4th layer of the firmament wither secret technique to fight against a great holy venerate. 10,000 times the lifespan consumption would only allow him to live for a few decades. This was too urgent, so he would not use it if he could. Time flew by as more and more experts found a way to enter the next level of the deep blue 18 hells. Chu also entered the 7th layer. Several months had passed since he entered the 1st layer to the 7th layer. There were only a few people who had entered the 7th layer. I can use the 7-star deep blue divine pearl in the 7th layer. Chu thought. He directly took out the 7-star deep blue divine pearl and connected with its power. Then his figure quickly disappeared, leaving the 7th layer. The 8th layer was a very mysterious, small world. As soon as he entered the 8th layer, Chu knew how to enter the 9th layer. This was a small world that seemed to be formed by a mirror. The sky was a smooth mirror surface. The ground was also a smooth mirror surface. The surroundings also seemed to be a smooth mirror surface that reflected Chumu's figure. The information in his mind told him that the 8th hell was also called the mirror image hell. The mirror image prison is really a mysterious place. Chu thought to himself. With a thought, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air from the glossy ground. The figure that drilled out was exactly the same as Chu. The way to pass through the mirror image prison was to fight with one's own mirror image and defeat the mirror image to obtain the key. With 2 swords in hand, there was no hesitation as he slashed out. At the same time, Chumu's mirror image also attacked with 2 swords. Fighting with oneself was a very mysterious experience, because the mirror image was a complete copy of oneself. Appearance, cultivation method, weapon, fighting skills, etc. Chu used the basic sword techniques, and the mirror image also used the basic sword techniques. Fighting with basic sword techniques of the same origin made Chu feel very strange. The mirror image, Chu had a cold expression. This was different from Chu, but its attainment in the basic sword techniques was not inferior to his own. Good, this way I can see the flaws in my own sword techniques. Chu was secretly delighted. His attainment in the basic sword techniques had reached a very shocking level after continuous practice. Even the sword of Gojoseon's attainment in the basic sword techniques was inferior to his. So far, Chu had never met a sword cultivator who could compare with him in the basic sword techniques. At the current level of the basic sword technique, if he wanted to raise it, it would be extremely difficult. Even if Chu continuously cultivated and comprehended, it would still be very difficult to raise it by even a bit. It would often require a large amount of time to accumulate, unless he was able to obtain some opportunity. For example, he could obtain the inheritance of a sword cultivator with a higher attainment in the sword technique, or fight with a sword cultivator with a higher attainment in the sword technique to verify his comprehension, etc. Chu wouldn't accept the first type. His sword technique had its own style and path. If he accepted someone else's inheritance, he would only be affected. He could use it as a reference. However, Chu wasn't willing to accept an inheritance. Even if he could improve, someone else's comprehension was still someone else's. The second option was also good, just like the battle with the sword of Gojoseon. However, different sword cultivators had different styles of basic sword techniques. By fighting with other sword cultivators, one could understand more and help one's own comprehension. However, by fighting with his mirror image using the same basic sword techniques, he could more directly see the flaws in his own basic sword techniques and then make up for them, perfecting and improving them. Chu would definitely not miss such an opportunity. However, his mirror image did not seem to be flexible enough. When he used the basic sword techniques, his mirror image would also use the basic sword techniques. The two of them fought with the basic sword techniques, dancing wildly with their swords. The basic sword techniques under the control of the sword true meaning had reached a whole new level. There was no place where the sword could not be used. The sword was everywhere. There was no blind spot to speak of. Chu Mu's basic sword techniques had reached an astonishing level. The more profound and perfect his mastery was, the more he could not find the so-called flaw after fighting for a while. However, Chu Mu had always adhered to the principle of striving for perfection. He believed that there was no such thing as perfection in the world. There must be flaws in his basic sword techniques. It was just that they were very small, or perhaps he could not find them with his current realm. If he could not find them now, then he would continue to fight until he found them. Fight, fight, fight. With Chu Mu's current strength and the characteristics of the withering secret skill, he did not consume much energy to perform the basic sword techniques. As for him, when he was a mortal sword cultivator, he could lock himself up to practice the sword for a few months. Sometimes he would stab for more than 10 days consecutively. He would stab tens of thousands of times a day. That kind of boredom and loneliness was enough to torture a normal person to madness. As the saying goes, one cannot live without madness. It was precisely because of this madness that Chu Mu could become the youngest sword master at such a young age and break the record. After his soul transmigrated to the ancient sword continent, he became a swordsman. From then on, he embarked on the path of sword cultivation. He had greater power and a longer lifespan. This made Chu Mu's heart to pursue the Tao even more resolute. His will had also been sharpened time and time again. Now, not to mention a few months of closed-door practice, he could even do it for a few hundred years. Of course, Chu Mu also knew that he could only live for a few hundred years. If he really used a few hundred years to practice the sword, his life would be exhausted and he would die even if his mastery of the sword reached an astonishing level. There was only hope if he was alive. He cleared away all distracting thoughts and focused. He focused all his mind and fought with the mirror image. He only fought with the basic sword techniques. 2 hours passed and the battle was still going on. For hours passed and the battle was still going on. Soon, a day passed and the battle was still going on. The consumption of energy was negligible. As long as he lived, the battle would not stop. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days had passed, and Chu Mu was still fighting with his mirror image. After a dozen or so days, Chu Mu finally discovered a flaw in his basic sword technique. Then he went on to perfect it. The discovery of a flaw gave Chu Mu enough motivation to continue fighting. It could be said that Chu Mu was the first person to enter the 8th hell. However, more than 10 days had passed, and more people had entered the 8th hell. There were even people who had defeated their mirror images and entered the 9th hell. Chu Mu did not know any of this. He was completely immersed in his battle. The state of sword in the heart had reached the pinnacle. Moreover, as the intensity of the battle increased, Chu Mu gradually grasped it. In addition, during the battle, every time he used a sword, Chu Mu would use the power of sword intent, causing his control of sword intent to increase. Soon, half a year had passed. In the basic sword techniques, Chu Mu found 3 flaws and made up for them. As the sword techniques were perfected, the flaws became fewer and harder to find. Unfortunately, the timing is not right. Chu Mu thought he could not continue fighting here. Half a year had passed, and he might have fallen behind others. He could only end the battle. Chapter 1993. So, this is the way to enter the 10th prison. While laughing, the Holy King disappeared and left the 9th prison. At the same time, Chu Mu was still in the 8th prison. Under the attack of the 2 swords, the sword skill of the mirror image showed a flaw. Chu Mu immediately seized the opportunity and used the sword light to pierce through the air. The mirror image that was hit by the swords unconsciously trembled and paused for a moment. This pause was instantly captured by Chu Mu, and both of his swords slashed out. A torrential storm of lightning and thunder attacked the mirror image. The mirror image was hit by countless swords and was unable to maintain its form, directly collapsing. After half a year of fighting with basic sword techniques, Chu Mu had found 3 flaws in his own sword technique and improved them. On the contrary, the sword technique of the mirror image was the same as half a year ago. It hadn't improved in the slightest. In other words, the strength of the mirror image when it appeared would always be the same. There wouldn't be any change. After defeating the mirror image, only a light remained. Chu Mu grabbed the light and used it. His body disappeared in an instant, and he left the 8th prison and entered the 9th prison. He did not stay in the 9th prison and used the dark blue 9-star divine pearl to disappear again and enter the 10th prison. The 10th prison was strange in Chu Mu's eyes because it did not look like a small world, but a road that kept going forward, and there seemed to be no end to it. The left and right sides of the road were gray, and nothing could be seen. It was like chaos. A message was transmitted to Chu Mu's mind, and Chu Mu knew the other name of the 10th prison: Purgatory of Heart. Purgatory of Heart. Chu Mu was confused. Looking at the endless road, he was not sure what the power of the 10th prison was. Purgatory of Heart. Purgatory of Heart was not hard to understand. He took a step forward and walked forward. Although his steps were not big, his speed was getting faster and faster. He almost turned into a ray of light and flew forward. With the strength of a little sacred venerate, his speed was extremely shocking. He could easily cross a large region in a short period of time. Chu Mu felt that at least 15 minutes had passed since he started walking. However, he still could not see the end of the road. The left, the right, and the sky were still gray and unchanging. It was the same scenery, but there was no end to the path. Advancing forward in a monotonous manner was nothing to a person with a strong will. They could completely endure and persevere. However, Chu Mu did not notice that as he continued to advance, the atmosphere of the Purgatory of Heart was quietly changing bit by bit. This kind of change was a subtle change, like a frog being boiled in warm water. It was undetectable, and with this kind of change it would slowly wear away one's patience, affect one's willpower, and slowly become irritable. To put it simply, a first refinement peerless expert would only be able to last 15 minutes in the Purgatory of Heart. He would start to feel impatient and anxious. A second refinement peerless expert would be able to last longer, but at most he would only last a few times longer than a first refinement peerless expert. A normal little sacred venerate would be able to last for a few days without being affected. However, it might not be the case after a few days. Chu Mu's willpower was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. 5 days had passed, but he still maintained his determination. His mind was calm, and he did not feel anxious at all. Purgatory of Heart. When Chu Mu heard this name, he was mentally prepared. Although he did not know the details, it was related to one's willpower after all. The difference between being prepared and not being prepared was very obvious. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chu Mu's mind subconsciously went into a trance, but he quickly recovered. He did not notice it when he was in the Purgatory of Heart for a long time. That absent-mindedness was like the first crack in a dam, slowly expanding. A sliver of impatience appeared, slowly affecting Chu Mu's mind. However, he didn't notice it himself. As he continued to walk forward, his impatience gradually expanded, and a bit of impatience also appeared. When the impatience appeared, Chu Mu felt vexed and depressed. His heart was uneasy. A nameless anger appeared out of nowhere. Even he didn't know why it was like this. However, when the anger appeared, it was like a flame on a grassland. It grew with the wind and couldn't be stopped. 2 swords appeared in Xiao Chen's hands. Sword intent surged. The rage surged along with the sword intent, soaring into the sky. However, there was no target for him to attack. The feeling of having anger, but having nowhere to vent it, made Chu Mu increasingly vexed. "Little brother, what's troubling you? Sit down and have a drink. Perhaps you will feel better." A gentle voice rang out. It was not abrupt at all. It was like a trickle of water that seeped into one's heart. All of this seemed so natural. Chu-mu turned his head to look. He saw that a pavilion had appeared on his left at some unknown time. Behind the pavilion was a sparse forest. There were flowers of various colors blooming in the forest. The scenery was unique, and there was no grayness at all. There was not the slightest excess. However, all of this was so natural. It gave Chu-mu the feeling that he was born to be like this. In the pavilion, there was a round stone table and 2 stone chairs facing each other. A white-clothed man sat on one of the chairs. He had a handsome appearance, clear eyes, and a smile on his face. He immediately gave off a good impression. He raised a sparkling jade wine cup and gestured to Chu-mu. There seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from the jade wine cup. When it entered Chu-mu's nostrils, the anxiety in Chu-mu's heart unknowingly dissipated. Aware of this, Chu-mu turned and walked over to the other stone chair and sat down. The white-clothed man naturally filled Chu-mu's cup with wine. "Little brother, please." The white-clothed man gestured and drank the wine in the cup in his hand. Chu-mu smelled it first. The fragrance seemed to clear his mind a little. The anxiety in his heart was like a flame that was extinguished a little. He drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The cool fragrance of the wine immediately spread and flowed throughout his body. The fire of anxiety was also extinguished. His whole person returned to a state of calmness. This state was the state that Chu-mu liked. Only when he was calm, he could think better. However, when he regained his calmness, Chu-mu instinctively felt that something was wrong. He did not know why, because this feeling came from his subconscious. The white-clothed man filled Chu-mu's cup with wine again and toasted Chu-mu again. Cup after cup, Chu-mu would feel very comfortable with each cup. This degree of comfort continued to increase, making him want to continue drinking. He could not stop at all. From the moment the white-clothed man started speaking, he didn't open his mouth again. He just kept pouring wine for Chu-mu. The wine jug that didn't look very big seemed to contain an endless amount of wine. No matter how much he poured, he couldn't finish it. "I might as well stay here for a long time." A thought unconsciously emerged from the depths of his heart. It was so natural. After the thought appeared, his subconscious trembled, as if reminding Chu-mu of something. The white-clothed man did not speak. He just drank. As he drank, he would also look at Chu-mu. The more comfortable the thought became, the more intense the struggle in his subconscious became. "That's not right. Am I not in the purgatory of heart? Shouldn't I keep going forward until I enter the 11th purgatory?" Chu-mu suddenly became alert. He was just about to drink the wine in his mouth when he stopped. When this thought appeared, Chu-mu felt that something was wrong. He resisted the strong reluctance in his heart and put down the wine cup. "Brother, farewell." Chu-mu was very worried that if he continued to stay, he would not be willing to leave. He quickly got up, clasped his hands to the white-clothed man, and immediately turned around. "Little brother, drink one more cup before you leave." The white-clothed man also got up. The wine cup on the stone table flew into the air and appeared in front of Chu-mu. The wine in the cup emitted a fragrance that continuously attracted Chu-mu. It was as if a voice was saying, "Drink, drink, drink. No, I have to go." Chu-mu forced his gaze away and walked around the wine cup. "Little brother, you should stay. Even if you continue walking, you won't be able to reach the end." The white-clothed man didn't urge him to drink anymore. Instead, he spoke. His tone was incomparably sincere, as if what he said was the truth. It gave Chu-mu an incomparably strong sense of reality. It was as if Chu-mu were to leave this place and continue walking, he would truly continue walking without end. "Brother, thank you for your good intentions, but I will finish walking this path," Chu-mu said. His tone was incomparably firm. A sharp aura appeared on his body. It was like an unsheathed sword that could cut through all obstacles. Firm, no regrets, pressing forward courageously, cutting through all obstacles, an unsheathed sword, a path without regrets, one step at a time. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to have grasped the essence of the purgatory of heart. The purgatory of heart, the purgatory of heart. The purgatory of heart was the purgatory of heart. If the purgatory of heart did not change, the purgatory of heart would not change. As if he sensed Chu Mu's determination, a smile flashed across the white-clothed man's face. Then his figure faded and disappeared. The stone table, stone chair, and pavilion also rapidly faded. The scenery in the surroundings faded and returned to being dusky. All of these changes were grasped by Chu Mu. He let out a breath of air and reined in his thoughts. He took another step forward and continued to walk forward. Every step he took was faster and faster and more resolute. He didn't have the slightest hesitation. Everything just now was like the moon in the water, like the flowers in the mirror, like bubbles. As he walked, the dusky mist on his left and right seemed to flow, standing opposite to Chu Mu. It was as if he had entered the river of time. Bright light flashed before his eyes, causing Chu Mu to be unable to see anything. When he could clearly see the scene before him, he discovered that the dusky path had already disappeared. He was in a new world. In the sky, there were countless flashes of lightning, and bolts of lightning struck down. The 11th Purgatory, Purgatory of Lightning. Chapter 1994. A 9-star, deep blue god pearl allowed Chu Mu to enter the 10th prison quickly and catch up with the rest. Then he walked his own path in the 10th prison and entered the 11th prison ahead of many others. The 11th prison, Lightning Prison. Lightning flashed and thunder was everywhere. According to the previous pattern, to enter the 12th prison from the 11th prison, it was mostly related to lightning. Chu Mu began to try and challenge the lightning. After continuously challenging it, Chu Mu would obtain the qualification to enter the 12th prison when he was struck by a powerful lightning and shattered it. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu entered the 12th prison. Last deep blue god pearl. Chu Mu muttered to himself as he took out the 12-star deep blue god pearl. He had used the 4 deep blue god pearls one by one. Today was the last one. After using this deep blue god pearl, he would be able to enter the 13th prison instantly. After that, he would have to rely on his own strength. Even so, Chu Mu did not hesitate. This deep blue god pearl would allow him to be one step ahead of others. Enter the 13th prison. Once he entered the 13th prison, Chu Mu knew the name of this prison. Chaotic Prison of Emptiness. Chaotic Prison of Emptiness. Chu Mu repeated. He was not sure what was so mysterious about this prison. After all, there was nothing special about it at first glance. However, Chu Mu sensed it carefully and felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in this prison was a little chaotic. The space also seemed a little strange. However, Chu Mu did not sense it carefully because the chaotic prison of emptiness reminded him of the ancient chaotic space. I wonder how the 3 of them are now. Chu Mu thought to himself. The 4 of them entered the land of exile together and separated. They agreed to meet in front of the gray mist realm in 30 years and return to the deep blue world. However, only he returned to the deep blue world. He did not know how the other 3 were doing. It had been a few years since he returned to the deep blue world. However, there was still no news of the 3 of them. Chu Mu guessed that the 3 of them might have encountered a fortuitous encounter in the land of exile and missed the time. Of course, they might have died. Chu Mu had no way of knowing whether he had encountered a fortuitous encounter, missed the time, or died. If it was the former, it would be a good thing. After all, the land of exile was not big, but it was not small either. The 5 major cities were only a part of it. Outside of the 5 major cities, there were many places that he had not explored. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Mu carefully sensed his surroundings. Does the chaotic void prison have anything to do with space? This was the conclusion that Chu Mu came to after examining his surroundings. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger exploded from the depths of his heart. Instinctively, Chu Mu quickly reacted and executed the sword chi shadow. At the same time, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking Chu Mu's body. That bolt of lightning was incomparably sharp, like a heavenly sword descending to the mortal world. Its power was astonishing. If Chu Mu hadn't sensed it in advance and quickly dodged, he would have been seriously injured. He could clearly feel that the bolt of lightning that resembled a heavenly sword was the power of the 13th layer. It was man-made. Someone had attacked him and wanted to kill him. After dodging, 2 swords appeared in his hands. When he turned around, Chu Mu's 2 swords also slashed out. In an instant, he found out where the attacker was. 2 sharp sword light slashed through the sky and attacked a figure in the sky. That person was an expert of the heavenly race, a heavenly race, Saint Venerate. He actually dodged it. The heavenly race, Saint Venerate, was very surprised. In the first layer, he had seen Chu Mu. At that time, Chu Mu only had the strength of the 3rd refinement. Now he could actually dodge his attack. It should be known that although this attack was not his full strength, not to mention the 3rd refinement, even a half-step 5th refinement would have been killed. However, Chu Mu dodged it and quickly counterattacked. The power of the 2 swords that counterattacked was astonishing. It actually made him feel a little threatened. Little sacred master. His strength was that of a little sacred master. For an attack to make him feel threatened, it had to be at the level of a little sacred master. Not long ago, he was just an ant with the strength of the 3rd refinement. Now, he had the strength of a little sacred master. This was simply impossible, but it appeared in front of him. Kill! Extremely intense killing intent surged out from the heavenly race, Saint Venerate's heart. The killing intent was earth-shattering. It actually caused a change in the space-time. It was very terrifying. A tyrannical aura poured out without holding back. Astonishing sword intent soared into the sky and tore apart the clouds. Chu Mu showed his strength without holding back. Kill! The heaven race's little sacred master waved both of his hands. Bolts of sword-like lightning fell from the sky and blasted towards Chu Mu. Every single bolt of sword-like lightning was shockingly powerful, as if it was a lightning prison. However, Chu Mu's figure quickly shuttled through the lightning prison. Every bolt of lightning was dodged by Chu Mu. He was like an eagle in the sky or a fish in the water. He was very agile as he charged towards the heavenly race, Saint Venerate. They were both little sacred masters. Chu Mu's strength was not inferior to his opponent's. He quickly approached his opponent with his sword. Then he crossed his swords and used the worldly cross slash. The resplendent worldly cross sword light tore through the sky. The intense sense of danger made the heavenly race, Saint Venerate's expression change. He quickly waved his hands and laid down a layer of defense in front of him. The instant the defense blocked the worldly cross sword light, the heavenly race, Saint Venerate, counterattacked. His 10 fingers shot out continuously. They were like swords tearing through the sky. His finger energy was shocking. Under the sword, the finger energy was completely shattered. Chu Mu approached his opponent and used the close-range combat that he was best at. The heavenly race's martial way and spiritual spells were very outstanding. However, in terms of close-range combat, they were not as good as Chu Mu's. In just a few moves, they were suppressed by Chu Mu's 2 swords. This made the heavenly race, Saint Venerate, very shocked. After realizing this, he wanted to retreat and increase the distance between them. The heavenly race's martial way and spiritual spells needed to be at a suitable distance to unleash their full power. However, under Chu Mu's 2 swords, it seemed to have become a land of death. He had surrounded the entire area, and there was no way out. At this moment, another figure was approaching rapidly from afar. It was extremely fast as it charged towards Chu Mu. A spiral-shaped energy that was like a drill bit pierced through the sky and pierced through it. Without hesitation, Chu Mu retreated and avoided the attack of the spiral-shaped energy. Rock Saint Venerate, you have come at the right time. This kid has grown to the level of little Saint Venerate in such a short time. We cannot let him continue to grow. The heavenly race, Saint Venerate, who had fought with Chu Mu, said immediately. The person who had rushed over was another heavenly race, Saint Venerate. There were many heavenly race experts who had entered the deep blue 18 hells this time. Among them, there were more than a dozen Saint Venerates. However, not every Saint Venerate had entered the 13th hells. Entering the 13th hells did not mean that the stronger one the faster one would enter. The heavenly race Saint Venerate who had rushed over was called Tian Dao Yen. Tian Dao was the surname of the heavenly race. They called themselves the descendants of the heavenly gods and carried out justice for the heavens. Saint Venerate Lin, let's work together and kill him this time. Tian Dao Yen stared at Chu Mu with burning killing intent. The one who had fought with Chu Mu before was called Tian Dao Lin. The two little Saint Venerates were not weaker than Chu Mu. When they worked together, Chu Mu was not their match at all. Soon, Chu Mu was suppressed by the two heavenly race Saint Venerates and was at a disadvantage. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chu Mu's two swords burst out. After repelling one of the little Saint Venerates, he exploded with his fastest speed and flew away. He was not their match in a 1 versus 2 battle. However, Chu Mu was not willing to use the 4th level of the Withering secret art, because once he used it, he could only live for a few decades. It was too short, even though his lifespan would increase as his cultivation increased. For example, when his origin power cultivation truly stepped into the level of a peerless expert, his lifespan would definitely increase significantly. However, a mere few decades was simply not enough. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu could not be stubborn. He could only retreat. However, even though he wanted to leave, the two heavenly race Saint Venerates did not want him to leave. They were afraid that Chu Mu would grow and bring disaster to the heavenly race. If they did not believe it in the past, now they had no choice but to believe it. They had to take it seriously. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to take Chu Mu's life. Saint Venerate Rock, I will use the heavenly coffin. You protect me. Saint Venerate Lin's eyes burned with killing intent as he made up his mind. Heavenly coffin? All right. Saint Venerate Rock was shocked and immediately agreed. Heavenly coffin was a very high-end secret art of the heavenly race. Only those who had reached the level of great saint could use it. If a Saint Venerate used it, it would damage his foundation. However, in order to kill Chu Mu, he had no choice. Saint Venerate Lin started to use the heavenly coffin. His aura surged and rushed into the sky. Around him, specks of light flickered and formed a very complicated formation. Saint Venerate Rock stood guard at the side. Chu Mu quickly left and realized that the two heavenly race Saint Venerates did not chase after him. However, he did not know why, but a bad feeling appeared in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. The feeling was getting more and more obvious. What made him puzzled was that this bad feeling was not a fatal sense of danger. It was as if he was not going to be killed. However, with every breath that passed, that bad feeling became more and more intense. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged. A huge vortex appeared. Chu Mu raised his head and looked. He could feel a shocking aura coming from it. Heavenly coffin descend. Saint Venerate Lin, who was surrounded by the light of the formation, suddenly roared. His power rushed out of his body and blasted into the huge vortex in the sky. Amidst the roar, a black shadow slowly appeared from the center of the vortex. Chu Mu could see that it was a huge black coffin. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura. After it rushed out of the vortex, it immediately fell. The terrifying aura locked onto Chu Mu. It was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe. Chapter 1995. The Sky Clan had 3 treasures. The mother body of the life-chasing plate was one of them. It had the ability to track. As long as one was locked onto by the life-chasing plate, there was basically no way to escape. However, the mother body of the life-chasing plate was already damaged, so it did not dare to use it. The second treasure was completely black. It was called the Sky Coffin. The Sky Coffin had one thing in common with the life-chasing plate. It did not have any attacking power, but it could imprison all targets. Once locked onto by the Sky Coffin, even strong cultivators of the way of space would find it difficult to escape. Of course, with the power of Sky Path Lin, Little Saint, he could not activate the real Sky Coffin. Even in extreme, Saint could not do it. He could only activate a small part of the Sky Coffin's power and summon the Sky Coffin Phantom. Only great saints could summon the Sky Coffin Phantom. Little saints could barely do it, but in order to deal with Chu Mu, Saint Master Lin had to do it. The black Sky Coffin locked onto Chu Mu and fell from the sky. It was like a meteor bombarding from the sky. The terrible power locked onto Chu Mu. It was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Chu Mu, making it difficult for him to move. Just as the power was about to explode, the black Sky Coffin fell and hit Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not feel like he was attacked, but it was pitch black all around. His body was wrapped in the Sky Coffin. Ha ha ha, Chu Mu, you can't escape. Saint Master Lin saw that Chu Mu was hit by the Sky Coffin Phantom and was imprisoned. He immediately laughed. His face was pale, and his aura was reduced to only 1%. Summoning the Sky Coffin Phantom had almost used up all his power. Unfortunately, the Sky Coffin could only imprison people and could not kill them. The imprisoned target could not come out of the Sky Coffin, and the people outside the Sky Coffin could not attack the target inside the Sky Coffin. Imprisonment. It was just imprisonment. Rock Saint Master, I will have to trouble you to put the Sky Coffin away, Saint Master Lin said. Don't worry. Rock Saint Master nodded. He would do it even without Saint Master Lin's order. The Rock Saint Sovereign waved his hands and began to form hand seals. He was prepared to use a spatial technique to temporarily store the Sky Coffin, because the Sky Coffin could not be stored in the spatial ring. Once he successfully took away the heavenly coffin that imprisoned Chu Mu, it would be equivalent to taking care of Chu Mu. At that time, he could bring it back to the Tian clan and do whatever he wanted with Chu Mu. Perhaps such an outstanding human clan could even be refined into a powerful puppet to serve the Tian clan and make up for his crimes. Wishes were beautiful, but reality was cruel. When Rock Saint Venerable unleashed his spatial heavenly technique, his power covered the heavenly coffin. Just as he was about to absorb the heavenly coffin into his spatial heavenly space, a tyrannical power erupted from the heavenly coffin. The heavenly coffin instantly trembled. Oh no! Saint Master Lin's face suddenly changed. He realized that something had happened in the heavenly coffin. However, he did not have the power to suppress it. Rock Saint Venerable was currently using his spatial heavenly technique and could not free his hands. I don't believe that you can break open the heavenly coffin. With his strength as a little sacred master, the heavenly coffin shadow that he summoned was enough to imprison any little sacred master. Even some great sacred masters would be imprisoned. Only some powerful great sacred masters and extreme sacred masters could break out of the heavenly coffin. Chu Mu was a little sacred master. Now he was resisting. He did not believe that Chu Mu could break out of the heavenly coffin. Rock Saint Venerable immediately increased the speed of the spatial heavenly technique. The heavenly coffin quickly flew into a whirlpool. Once it entered the spatial heavenly coffin, Chu Mu could forget about coming out. The heavenly coffin shook again. Immediately, two sword light that crossed into a cross broke out from the heavenly coffin. Under the cross sword light, the heavenly coffin was cut open. Chu Mu's figure appeared. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as swords, piercing through the void. This made Rock Saint Venerable and Lin Saint Venerable's hearts tremble. A tinge of fear emerged from the depths of their hearts. A powerful aura radiated from Chu Mu's body. It repelled the void and formed a forbidden area around him. Great Sacred Master. Chu Mu's aura had reached the level of Great Sacred Master. Moreover, he could cut open the heavenly coffin shadow. This meant that his strength was at the peak of Great Sacred Masters. He was only one step away from extreme Sacred Master. Such powerful strength was enough to kill them. It made their hearts tremble. Especially now, in order to summon the heavenly coffin shadow, Lin Saint Venerable had used up almost all of his strength. He had no fighting ability at all. Saint Venerable Lin, I will stop him. You go quickly. Rock Saint Venerable roared. He gave up on using the spatial heavenly skill. He suffered a backlash and grunted. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he forced himself to endure it. He used the heavenly skill and instantly set up layers of defense. Then he used the offensive heavenly skill. All of this happened in an instant. Saint Venerable Lin made a prompt decision. He exploded with what little power he had left. He turned into a beam of light and quickly left the place. Now he didn't have enough strength and didn't have any fighting ability. Leaving was the best choice. However, would Chu Mu allow him to leave? The imprisonment of the heavenly coffin forced Chu Mu to make the final decision. He used the 4th level of the withered secret skill. He used 10,000 times his lifespan in exchange for more power. He reached the peak of Great Sacred Master and was infinitely close to Extreme Sacred Master. Even if he faced Extreme Sacred Masters, Chu Mu wouldn't be unable to fight back. The price he had to pay was that he could only live for a few more decades. A few more decades were very short and urgent. This was also the reason why Chu Mu had been unwilling to use the 4th level of the withered secret skill. However, this time, under the imprisonment of the heavenly coffin shadow, if he didn't use the 4th level of the withered secret skill, he wouldn't be able to break the heavenly coffin. His ending would be even worse than death. Between living for a few more decades and living a life worse than death, Chu Mu chose the former, repaying kindness and enmity with pleasure. The 2 swords vibrated and Chu Mu's figure disappeared in an instant. It was completely out of Rock Saint Venerable's sight. He only felt that there was a flash of light in front of him and Chu Mu had already disappeared in front of him. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Saint Venerable Rock heard it clearly. It was Saint Venerable Lin's blood-curdling scream. That's right. At that moment, Chu Mu disappeared from Rock Saint Venerable's sight with the shocking speed of a peak Great Sacred Master and appeared in front of Saint Venerable Lin. His 2 swords were merciless and killed Saint Venerable Lin directly. Even if Saint Venerable Lin was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Chu Mu at the moment. Moreover, he had almost used up all his strength to summon the heavenly coffin shadow. Now he had only recovered a little and was completely defenseless. A peak Great Sacred Master's control of the sword intent had reached a higher level. Simply put, a small Sacred Master's control of the sword intent was 10% to 30%. A Great Sacred Master's control was 40% to 60%. An Extreme Sacred Master's control was 70% to 90%. As for those who had 100% control, they were called half-step Holy Emperors. Of course, the difference between a half-step Holy Emperor and a true Holy Emperor was still very obvious. Chu Mu's control of the sword intent had reached the limit of 60% and was infinitely close to 70%. The increase in his control of the sword intent had caused his strength to skyrocket. His control of the 2 swords in his hands had also reached a shocking level. After killing Saint Venerable Lin, Chu Mu's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Rock Saint Venerable. The layers of defensive heavenly skills that Rock Saint Venerable had laid down were useless. Under Chu Mu's 2 swords, they were as fragile as thin paper. Kill! Rock Saint Venerable was hit by the sword and his body was torn apart. Chu Mu, you will die too. Rock Saint Venerable screamed before he died. When he heard Saint Venerable Lin's screams, he had already sent out a message. However, he didn't know if there were still any sky race Saint Venerables in the 13th hell. If there were, they would have received the message. If not, when the other sky race Saint Venerables entered the 13th hell, they would also receive his message. You can't see it. Chu Mu replied faintly and killed Rock Saint Venerable completely. The interspatial rings that belonged to Saint Venerable Lin and Rock Saint Venerable naturally fell into Chu Mu's hands. Killing 2 sky race Saint Venerables, even though they were only lesser Saint Venerables, was enough to hurt the sky race. After all, the sky race only had a population of a few million. After many years of accumulation, there wouldn't be more than 20 Saint Venerables. With 2 of them dead, they had lost more than 1/10 of their population. Who knew how many years it would take to make up for it? Even though the cultivation talent of the people of the Tian clan was even higher, and almost all of them could cultivate, and it was not difficult for them to reach the holy stage, and the possibility of them becoming a peerless expert was not small. It was very, very difficult to become a holy master. Otherwise, after so many years, there would not be less than 20 holy masters. You forced me to use the 4th level of the withered secret technique. Sky Race, you will have to pay an even greater price. Chu Mu thought to himself as the killing intent in his eyes burned. At the same time that Chu Mu had strong killing intent towards the Sky Race, a Saint Venerable from the Sky Race also had strong killing intent towards him. Chu Mu, I regret not killing you that day. A.O. Saint Venerable's eyes shot out shocking killing intent as he shouted angrily. His voice was earth-shattering, shaking the void and causing a change in the world. A.O. Saint Venerable was one of the top Saint Venerables in the Sky Race. He was a powerful supreme Saint Venerable. He was also one of the leaders of the Sky Race that entered the deep blue 18 hell this time. In addition, another supreme Saint Venerable had also entered. Previously, in the deep blue first hell, it was A.O. Saint Venerable who wanted to kill Chu Mu. In the end, he was stopped by Heaven's Sword Saint Venerable. At that time, there were other human race Saint Venerables protecting Chu Mu. There were also Saint Venerables from other races watching from the side. Once the battle started, it would be very disadvantageous for the Sky Race. But now, A.O. Saint Venerable regretted it, because after he entered the 13th hell, he received a message from Rock Saint Venerable. Chu Mu had actually broken the heavenly coffin shadow and had the strength of a peak great Saint Venerable. He had killed him and Saint Venerable Lin. The death of 2 Saint Venerables was definitely a great blow to the Sky Race. It was a great loss. A.O. Saint Venerable regretted it now. He should have paid a price and killed Chu Mu. Then, the current situation would not have happened. And Chu Mu, who had the strength of a peak great Saint Venerable, was definitely a great threat to the Sky Race. Because in the entire Sky Race, there were only 3 Supreme Saint Venerables and 1 half-step Saint Emperor. Die. Chu Mu, I will definitely kill you. A.O. Saint Venerable was furious. His terrifying killing intent covered the entire area. He exploded with full speed and flew towards the direction where Rock Saint Venerable had sent the message. Chapter 1996. The light broke through the air and traveled 10,000 meters in an instant. Suddenly it stopped. From the extreme speed to the stop, there was no delay at all. There was also no strong power impact. Everything seemed so natural. It showed that this person's control of power had reached a shocking level. It was A.O. Holy Master of the Way of the Heavens. This was the place where Rock Holy Master and Lin Holy Master died. Their auras were still lingering. In addition, there was an aura that surpassed Little Holy Master and reached the level of Great Holy Master. Among the 3 levels of Holy Masters, the auras of Little Holy Master, Great Holy Master, and Extreme Holy Master were very different. They could be easily distinguished. But in the same level, such as Great Holy Master, the difference in auras between a Great Holy Master with 40% control and a Great Holy Master with 60% control was not small. Therefore, it was difficult to judge Chu Mu's strength just from the aura. However, Rock Holy Master's message said that Chu Mu had the strength of a peak great holy master. It was also a proof that he could break the imprisonment of the heavenly coffin shadow. Ao, a holy master, did not have the chasing life plate on him. In other words, the chasing life plate that Chu Mu had obtained before was given to a fourth refinement elite of the heaven race. He thought that the fourth refinement elite would be enough to kill Chu Mu. As a fourth refinement elite, it would not attract the attention of the human holy masters. He did not expect that his plan would not work out. Not only did Chu Mu not die, but he also had the strength of a peak great holy master. He also killed 2 little holy masters of the heaven race, causing great losses to the heaven race. Anger filled Ao holy master's heart, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he quickly analyzed. If Chu Mu had displayed the strength of a peak great holy master, Holy Master Lin would not have summoned the heavenly coffin shadow. In other words, the strength that Chu Mu displayed at the beginning was at the level of a little holy master. He could be on par with Holy Master Lin. He could not win against Rock Holy Master and Holy Master Lin, but he could escape. That was why Holy Master Lin had to summon the heavenly coffin shadow. Either Chu Mu is hiding his strength, or he executed some kind of secret technique to raise his strength. That is how he managed to break the coffin image with the strength of a peak great holy venerate. After simple deduction, Saint Ao came up with some conclusions. He was pretty close to the truth. These saints had lived for many years, but they were not muddle-headed. After deducing, Ao Supreme Saint locked onto Chu Mu's aura and started to chase after him. He was a supreme saint who had grasped 80% of the power of laws. His strength was tyrannical, and his speed was shocking. Once he used his full speed, he instantly disappeared and followed the trail of Chu Mu's aura. Killing 2 little holy masters of the sky race made Chu Mu happy, but he could not help but feel annoyed. After all, he had been forced to use the 4th level of the Withering Secret Technique. The 4th level of the Withering Secret Technique did not allow his strength to reach the level of a supreme saint. He was only at the peak of a great holy master. As such, when he encountered a powerful enemy of a supreme saint, he would not be able to defeat them. Furthermore, the heavenly race experts had many means. If Xiao Chen had not executed the 4th layer of the Azure with her secret technique, using 10,000 times his lifespan in exchange for the strength of a peak great holy venerate to break open that coffin image, he would have ended up in a terrible state. This made Chu Mu even more fearful of the sky race experts. It was not without reason that the sky race could be above the other races. Since he had already used the 4th level of the Withering Secret Technique, it was like spilled water. There was no turning back. Chu Mu could only accept the reality and calm himself down. A few decades was fine. He would try his best to increase his cultivation within these few decades. This way, his lifespan could be extended. However, according to his current strength, even if he refined one of the true meanings of the origin power system and became a true peerless expert, he could only extend his lifespan, but not his strength. After all, the use of the Withering Secret skill had allowed him to refine his sword from the 1st refinement to the 5th refinement. Then he had stepped into the level of Little Sacred Master and then the level of Peak Great Sacred Master. Unless he could refine his other sword wills to surpass his current sword will, the increase in his strength would not be obvious. However, thinking about it carefully, it had only been a little over 100 years since he started cultivating, and he already had the strength of a peak Great Holy Master. It had to be known that those great holy masters had all cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach their current accomplishments. However, a few decades felt too short. This made Chu Mu feel very anxious, but he did not know how to solve this problem. He could only take it one step at a time. As Chu Mu flew, he saw a spatial vortex appear in front of him. It was about 2 meters tall and looked like a door that led to an unknown place. This was already the 3rd time Chu Mu had seen such a spatial vortex. After seeing it 3 times in a row, Chumu also used his spiritual energy to enter. It felt like he had fallen into a different space-time. He did not know where he was going, which made him feel apprehensive. Was this spatial vortex the door to leave the 13th layer and enter the 14th layer? Or was it the method? Whether it was or not, Chumu was only guessing. He was not sure and did not dare to test it, because if it was not, he did not know what the consequences would be. If he fell into a spatial vortex and was exiled for a few decades or 100 years, his lifespan would be exhausted and he would die. How depressing would that be? Therefore, he had to be more cautious. Chumu himself did not realize that although he was getting stronger and stronger, he was becoming more and more cautious. It was different from his previous decisive style of doing things. This was because he was afraid. It was a subconscious fear that even he was not aware of. A few decades of lifespan was too short. He was afraid that his lifespan would be exhausted. He was afraid that he would not have enough time to reach the peak of the sword way. Because of his fear, he was cautious. Because of his caution, he was becoming less decisive. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger, like a cold wind from the extreme north, pervaded his entire body. A chill rose from his tailbone and quickly swept up, causing Chumu's body to unconsciously tremble. There was danger rapidly approaching. Without any hesitation, Chumu immediately chose a direction and burst forth with all his speed, flying far away. To be able to make him feel such a strong sense of danger, it must be an expert who was stronger than him. That would be the Supreme Holy Master. And the Supreme Holy Master who would chase after him. Thinking back to the Rock Saint Master and Lin Saint Master that he had killed before, could only be the Supreme Holy Master experts of the Sky Clan. The problem of his own lifespan and the Sky Clan experts' methods made Chumu fearful. He did not want to fight with them. However, he did not realize this change. However, it was not easy for Chumu to avoid them, because Ao Holy Master's speed was faster than his. Soon, Ao Holy Master caught up. Without saying anything, he attacked directly. The terrifying white light was like sword chi. It shot across the sky and instantly shot towards Chumu. It made his hair stand on end. He turned around with 2 swords in his hands. The cross sword light imprinted into the sky and attacked the white light. One was chasing and the other was escaping. Ao Holy Master kept attacking, while Chumu kept defending and counterattacking. The power of the Supreme Holy Master's attack was extremely strong. Chumu took it head-on. Both swords shook and almost flew out of his hands. If it was not for the fact that he had cultivated the sword true meaning and his control of the sword had increased to a shocking level, he might not have been able to hold the swords in his hands. There was indeed a big difference between the control of the sword that was infinitely close to 70% and 80% control. Ao Holy Master attacked again and again, but he could not kill Chumu. His face suddenly became gloomy, like the sky was covered with dark clouds. Since that is the case, I will not kill you. I will capture you alive and bring you back to Yunzhong City. I will make you a puppet and keep your consciousness. I will let you be ordered by my tribe forever. You will be responsible for killing those who dare to go against my tribe. You will not be able to escape. Ao, Holy Master, spoke for the first time. His words were filled with strong, murderous intent. It was very vicious. Refining them into puppets was already very cruel, but they still had to retain their consciousness. It was equivalent to watching helplessly as they were controlled by others without being able to resist. Moreover, they had to deal with those who dared to go against the Tian clan, which was even more like a ruthless stab to their hearts. Chumu's face turned gloomy when he thought of such a result. Murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Ao Holy Master waved his hands, and countless rays of light appeared. They quickly surrounded his body and formed a formation. Then the formation's power connected with the power of heaven and earth. The sky changed. Countless dark clouds gathered and formed a huge vortex. Then a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. It was like an invisible ancient mountain that fell on Chu-Mu. The scene and the pressure made Chu-Mu think of the black heavenly coffin shadow that the Sky Tribe's little sacred master had summoned. His face changed. The heavenly coffin shadow summoned by little sacred venerate was already so shocking. Although the heavenly coffin shadow summoned by extreme sacred venerate hadn't appeared yet, its aura was many times stronger than the heavenly coffin shadow from before. It made Chu-Mu breathless. Then a corner of the black heavenly coffin appeared from the center of the black vortex. The pressure doubled again. Without hesitation, Chu-Mu directly connected with the Sword Sect spiritual seal. He planned to use his last chance to summon Senior Bai Ling. It seemed that this was the only way. However, this time, the summoning did not succeed. The Sword Sect spiritual seal seemed to be sealed by a force. Chu-Mu reacted quickly. He retracted his mind. However, he did not panic. Instead, he thought quickly, and his power surged through his body. Perhaps Chu-Mu was lucky. Not far from him, a 2-meter-tall vortex appeared. It was the vortex that Chu-Mu had encountered 3 times before. It was the vortex that he had suspected to be the space door. This wasn't the time to be calculative, nor was it the time to be suspicious. Without any hesitation, Chu-Mu made a prompt decision and exploded with all of his strength. The instant he resisted the pressure from the sky, he leapt into the spatial whirlpool. At the same time, the black heavenly coffin fell from the sky. Chapter 1997. With a loud bang, the huge black heavenly coffin descended with a terrifying aura, as if a demon god had descended. Chu-Mu's figure entered the 2-meter-tall spatial whirlpool and disappeared. The enormous black heavenly coffin fell and brushed past the spatial whirlpool. It immediately caused the spatial whirlpool to ripple and become unstable. As it twisted, it collapsed. Ao Sage watched as Chu-Mu disappeared into the space vortex. The space vortex also collapsed due to the impact of the black heavenly coffin. Ao Sage had lost the possibility of tracking Chu-Mu. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot that had been missing for decades. Chu-Mu, even if you run to the end of the world, I will capture you alive. Ao Sage roared. His voice was as loud as thunder, and it resounded through the 13th prison. The terrifying killing intent was mighty, and it caused the unstable space in the chaotic space prison to crack. The cracks spread out and covered hundreds of thousands of meters. Chu-Mu has entered the 13th prison. The Saint King, who had just entered the 13th hell, was shocked when he heard Senior Ao's roar. He thought his speed was already very fast, but he didn't expect Chu-Mu to be even faster than him. One had to know that he had 3 deep blue god pearls. After using 2, he was able to reach the 13th hell quickly. Chaotic space prison. How can I enter the 14th prison? King Sage pondered. As soon as Chu-Mu entered the space vortex, he saw a passageway. The gray passageway kept moving forward. At the end, he could see a light. The light seemed to be the exit of a cave. Maybe it is the entrance to the 14th prison. Chu-Mu thought to himself. He moved quickly and rushed towards the light. However, all of a sudden, the gray tunnel seemed to be disturbed by an external force and began to fluctuate. Under the instability, it collapsed along with the collapse of the spatial vortex behind it. How could this be? Chu-Mu's face changed. He tried to calm himself down and quickly checked it out. After the gray passageway disappeared, the light on the other side was extinguished. There was only a gray haze. He could not see front, back, left, right, up, or down. There was no direction. Chu-Mu was lost in it. The thing he was most worried about had happened. With a glance, no matter which direction it was all gray and hazy. There was not the slightest difference. Chu-Mu's heart sank. He withdrew the Sword Sect spirit seal and looked at it carefully. He tried to communicate with it once more to see if he could summon Senior Bai Ling. However, the Sword Sect spirit seal seemed to have lost its effect when facing his summons. Just now, Chu Mu had planned to summon Senior Bai Ling in the face of the black, heavenly coffin shadow summoned by the celestial race's supreme, sacred venerate, but it had failed. Now that he tried again, it also failed. What was the reason? Is it affected by the power of the deep blue 18 hells? Or did something happen to Senior Bai Ling? Of the two guesses, Chu Mu was more inclined to the first one, but he was not sure what the truth was. Now that the sword sect spirit seal had failed, he could only rely on his own abilities. Perhaps he could also rely on luck. In this place, Chu Mu could not feel any weight. With a thought, his body began to move. Like a feather, he gently floated forward. If this is the space between the 13th and 14th hells, and that light is the door, then as long as I find that light, there's a possibility of returning to the 13th or 14th hells, Chu Mu thought. The predicament did not make him lose his fighting spirit. Instead, his mind became calmer and calmer. There was no beginning or end in the gray, hazy space. There were no extremes or directions. There was no flow of time. It was like the chaos at the beginning of the world. Chu Mu kept moving in this chaos. There was no end. He could not see the beginning when he looked back. Even the scenery was exactly the same. In this environment, Chu Mu's mind became calmer and calmer. He gradually recalled all his previous actions. It turns out that I almost had an inner demon unknowingly, Chu Mu thought. In this environment, his mind and thoughts were in a state of absolute calmness. Once he recalled, the past became very clear. Ever since he used the withering secret technique, he had been unknowingly affected. This effect was directly related to the increasing strength of the enemies he fought and the decreasing lifespan after using the withering secret technique. Because the enemies were strong and had many tricks up their sleeves, and because his lifespan was reduced, he could only live for a few more decades. All of this unknowingly put pressure on Chu Mu's heart. However, he did not realize it until now. Fortunately, he realized it now. Otherwise, if it became more serious, it would very likely evolve into an inner demon. For experts like Chu Mu, who had the sword heart and whose spiritual had reached an astonishing level, it was very difficult for an inner demon to appear. However, if it appeared, it would definitely be a very terrifying inner demon. It would bring extremely serious consequences to Chu Mu. It might even cause his sword heart to be covered in dust or even damaged. Stopping, Chu Mu examined his sword heart. The sword heart was an illusory existence that could not be seen or touched. However, the sword heart that Chu Mu had comprehended himself could be felt. It could exist in the heart, but it could also exist in other parts of the body. Chu Mu looked at his sword heart. It was a pure and flawless silver sword light. It was crystal clear and looked like a perfect work of art. However, at this moment, a few strands of black fog had appeared on the sword heart. They wrapped around the surface of the sword heart, causing the overall beauty of the sword heart to be destroyed. The black fog seemed to have a mind of its own. Sensing that Chu Mu was spying on it, it actually moved quickly and constantly shrank as if it wanted to hide itself. However, Chu Mu had already discovered it, so there was no reason for him to let it go. The Annihilation Sword Intent turned into a sword light and slashed down. It surrounded the sword heart and killed the black fog. After being attacked by the Annihilation Sword Intent, the black fog also launched a counterattack. This black fog was the power of a heart devil. Once it accumulated to a certain degree, it would transform into a heart devil. At that time, if Chu Mu wanted to use his sword intent to kill it, it would become an incomparably difficult task. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. Under the Annihilation Sword Intent, the strands of black fog struggled and fought back. However, under the Annihilation Sword Intent, they became weaker and weaker. In the end, they were completely annihilated and disappeared. This was also the strength of the Annihilation Sword Intent. It could be directly annihilated. Otherwise, if it was other sword intents, it would take a lot more effort. After destroying the black fog and making the sword heart transparent again, Chu Mu felt that he seemed to have comprehended something. The feeling of fear also disappeared because of this. So what if I can only live for a few more decades? What I want is to be happy with my revenge. Chu Mu muttered to himself. The best moment to reach the peak of the Way of the Sword is naturally the moment you reach the peak. However, there are also countless beautiful scenes on the path. After understanding this, Chu Mu felt that he had a clear understanding of everything. After dealing with the hidden dangers in his body, it was time to deal with the hidden dangers in the outside world. Exhaling, Chu Mu randomly chose a direction and continued forward. A light appeared in the distance, causing Chu Mu's eyes to light up. He sped up and flew towards the light. However, before he could reach it, the light had already disappeared. Subsequently, Chu Mu encountered this situation several times. When he saw the light, he rushed over quickly, but he was always one step too late. When the light disappeared, Chu Mu did not feel impatient. Instead, he began to think. From the looks of it, the space portal would not exist forever after it appeared. It would only exist for a period of time. As for how long, he could not tell because he could not feel the flow of time in this gray space. He also did not know how long it had been since he entered this place. It seemed like only a few seconds, but it also seemed like decades or even longer. Searching, 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 searching. Chu Mu also did not know how much time had passed. In short, after removing the hidden dangers in the sword heart, he had become more patient. He was no longer as afraid of death as before. Instead, he had become more calm. Life and death were predestined. However, even so, he would not give up his life because he was not afraid of death. As long as there was a chance, he would fight for it. Even if there was no chance, he would fight for it. More and more people entered the 13th prison. Then they passed through the space vortex and entered the 14th prison. They were not as unlucky as Chu Mu, who had fallen into the gray space. Chu Mu himself did not know how much time had passed, but it was a good thing that he was still alive. There was always a way out. After more than 10 failures, he finally found another light. This light was very close to him, and its color seemed to be a little different from those he had seen before. His speed exploded as he rushed over. Before the light disappeared, his body crashed into it without any obstruction. It was as if he had passed through water, and his body directly disappeared into it. That feeling was very strange. Chu Mu himself could not describe it clearly. It was as if he had shuttled through water for a long time before he broke out of the water. As soon as he broke out of the water, a surge of confidence entered his mind. After receiving the information, Chu Mu was stunned. According to normal circumstances, after entering the space portal from the 13th prison, one would enter the 14th prison. However, the information that entered Chu Mu's mind told him that this was not the 14th prison, but the 18th prison. The 18th prison. Chu Mu stared blankly. He never would have thought that after entering the spatial portal from the 13th hell and staying in the dusky space for an unknown amount of time, finding a new spatial portal to enter, he didn't enter the 14th hell. Instead, he entered the 18th hell, skipping 4 hells. Chapter 1998. Entering the 18th layer and crossing the 4 layers between the 13th layer and the 18th layer had saved Chu Mu a lot of time and difficulties. Of course, he did not know how long he had been stuck in the dusky space. No matter what, it was a good thing to be able to enter the 18th layer. Is the 18th layer where the world spirit is located? Chu Mu thought, no. According to the situation of the 18 deep blue divine pearls corresponding to the 18 layers of hell, the world spirit should be located below the 18th layer. The problem now was how to cross the 18th layer and enter a deeper layer to find the world spirit. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Chu Mu saw that the scenery in front of him was rapidly changing. The air fluctuated, the light distorted, the earth rose and fell, and the sky cracked. Everything was like the end of the world, causing people to panic. However, Chu Mu's expression was very calm. After experiencing so many unforeseen events, he already possessed the ability to maintain a calm heart in the face of any danger. Even when he encountered an unknown situation, he could still deal with it by remaining unchanged. Under the changes, the appearance of the 18th layer had completely changed. It was a pitch-black corridor. Beside the entrance of the corridor stood a huge pitch-black stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 4 huge and ancient words. No return sword corridor. Beside the words no return sword corridor, there was a row of small words. Entering the sword corridor, life and death, no return and no regrets. The words looked shocking and the meaning was also very obvious. After entering the no return sword corridor, there was no turning back and there was no way to regret. One could only keep going. Moreover, whether there was any danger in the sword corridor was unknown. Without fear or hesitation, Chu-Mu took a step forward and stepped into the no-return sword corridor. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. The originally small sword corridor seemed to have a universe inside. The pitch-black walls, the pitch-black ground, and the sky was endless with countless stars. It looked like the night sky, incomparably deep and mysterious. Suddenly, the darkness of the sword corridor was dispelled. Light came from an unknown place, allowing Chu-Mu to clearly see everything in the sword corridor. The end of the sword corridor could not be seen. Strands of starlight fell from the sky, entering the pitch-black ground and being absorbed by the ground. Soon after, figures emerged from the pitch-black ground of the sword corridor. That figure was about the height of a person. There was nothing special about it. Its body was pitch black, and the lines and proportions of its body were perfect in Chu-Mu's eyes. It was the best combination of strength and agility, and was most suitable for explosive and prolonged battles. Numerous black figures stood in front of Chu-Mu in a strange way, holding pitch-black long swords. They were motionless like statues, but Chu-Mu could clearly feel the waves of aura emitted by these black figures. Those were the waves of aura that had reached the level of peerless experts. As long as he moved forward and came within a certain distance, he would be attacked by these black figures. Even so, Chu-Mu did not hesitate. He grasped the eternal spiritual sword and the annihilation spiritual sword in his hands and stepped forward. He was very fast, and in an instant he rushed into the midst of the black figures. The black figures all moved, and their pitch-black swords instantly stabbed at Chu-Mu. The power of peerless experts at the initial stage of the third refining was not held back. Yes, the power of these black figures was at the initial stage of the third refining. The sword light stabbed out in a straight line. It was fast, powerful, and explosive. It displayed the speed, accuracy, and ferocity of the sword technique incisively and incisively. In an instant, more than a dozen pitch-black sword light stabbed at Chu-Mu from all directions. If Chu-Mu's strength was only at the intermediate stage of the third refining, he would not be able to dodge the dozen or so initial stage swords. However, Chu-Mu's current strength was at the peak of the great Holy Venerate. It was unknown how many times stronger he was at the intermediate stage of the third refining. Before the dozen or so pitch-black sword light could stab Chu-Mu, the black figures who attacked with the swords were turned into ashes. Chu-Mu's sword was extremely fast, so fast that they could not react in time. Chu-Mu moved forward without any obstruction. Under Chu-Mu's 2 swords, no one was a match for him. Often he could kill several or even more than a dozen black figures with 1 sword strike. The 2 swords were like a meat grinder. Everywhere they passed, there was no obstruction, and they turned into ashes. Chu-Mu didn't know how far he had walked, nor did he know how many sword strikes he had made. The black figure disappeared into thin air. This fight did not exhaust much of Chu-Mu's strength. In fact, he did not even use much strength. His opponents were too weak. Immediately after, starlight fell again, and more pitch-black figures rose from the ground. They gave off the aura of the intermediate stage of the third refining. After that, the advanced stage of the third refining, the peak of the third refining, and the half-step fourth refining. Whether it was the early stage of the third refining or the half-step fourth refining, none of the black figures could block Chu Mu's two swords. After the half-step fourth refining was the true fourth refining, the early stage of the fourth refining. Naturally, the early stage of the fourth refining was much stronger than the half-step fourth refining. However, compared to Chu Mu's peak great holy venerate strength, there was still an indescribable gap. After killing the early stage of the fourth refining, there is still the intermediate stage of the fourth refining, the advanced stage of the fourth refining, the peak of the fourth refining, and the half-step fifth refining, Chu Mu said to himself as he killed. As the strength of the black figures increased, their intelligence seemed to increase as well. Their attainments in sword techniques also increased. They were no longer simply stabbing and chopping. Their sword techniques had more variations and were even more profound. The densely packed black figures, the strength of the half-step fifth refining, the various variations, the powerful sword techniques, the tacit cooperation, and all sorts of other things made Chu Mu feel some pressure. Although the strength of the half-step fifth refining was strong, the difference between them and a true fifth refining was too great. The difference between them and a little holy venerate was even greater, not to mention a peak great holy venerate. However, when the number of half-step fifth refining experts reached a certain level, they would still bring obvious pressure to the fifth refining experts. Furthermore, the sword techniques of these thousands of half-step fifth refining experts were very strong. Furthermore, they were good at working together. Despite the huge difference in strength, Chu Mu only felt a trace of pressure. None of the half-step fifth refining black figures could block Xiao Chen's two swords. They were killed in one strike. Kill, kill, kill. The half-step fifth refining black figures all turned to dust under Chu Mu's two swords. Next, it was the true fifth refining experts. The thousands of true fifth refining experts all drew their swords. The pitch-black sword light seemed to attract the starlight in the sky. When it fell, it caused the black sword light to be surrounded by countless fragments of light. The power of the sword light instantly increased and became even stronger. The pressure it brought to Chu Mu also increased. The difference between the fifth refining and a peak great holy venerate was very obvious. A peak great holy venerate could instantly kill a fifth refining expert with one strike. However, when the number of fifth refining experts reached a certain level, it would still bring a lot of pressure to a great holy venerate. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Mu used up a lot of energy to kill the thousands of fifth refining experts. The fourth layer of the azure with their secret technique allowed him to recover all the energy he used up in an extremely short amount of time. Next, it was the thousands of little holy venerate black figures. The aura they gave off was so strong that it shocked Chu Mu. There were probably less than 100 little holy venerates in the entire deep blue world. However, there were thousands of them here. The strength of a little holy venerate was very different from a peak great holy venerate. A peak great holy venerate expert could kill a little holy venerate. However, if a few little holy venerates worked together and cooperated well, they could resist a great holy venerate for a while. When the number of little holy venerates reached a certain level, they could even kill a great holy venerate. Facing thousands of little holy venerate black figures, Chu Mu did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, as long as he did not enter the range of the little holy venerate black figures, they would not attack him. Chu Mu needed to grasp this point to be able to fight against them. Otherwise, if he charged into the black figures like before, he would only die. Step by step, he slowly approached the little holy venerate black figures. When he was within a certain range, a few black figures moved. The pitch-black swords in their hands tore through the sky and attacked Chu Mu. Stab, chop, chop. Different black figures used different sword techniques. However, they all had one thing in common. It was simple and direct, turning something rotten into something magical. With two swords, Chu Mu broke the swords of a few little holy venerate black figures and counterattacked instantly killing them. With the strength of a peak Great Holy Venerate and the control of a peak 60% sword intent, Chu Mu's two swords could pierce through any opening. After killing a few little Holy Venerate black figures, Chu Mu took another step to the side and attracted a few more little Holy Venerates to attack. He needed to control the distance to not attract too many black figures. Chu Mu tried again and again. After many tries, he realized that as long as there were less than 10 black figures, he could fight with his full strength. If there were more than 10, his life would be in danger. When the 10 little Holy Venerate black figures worked together and cooperated with each other, their strength would be pushed to the limit. The pressure that they brought to Chu Mu had also reached a critical point. Chu Mu didn't know what was at the end of the no-return sword corridor, nor did he know what the mysteries within were. However, at this moment, he had already forgotten this point. Immersed in the fight with the 10 black figures, the thrill of walking on the edge of life and death caused all the blood in his body to feel as if it was burning. His blood was boiling, and his sword technique was slowly perfected under the stimulation. The different black figures all had slight differences in their sword techniques. This kind of difference was hard for a normal sword cultivator to notice. However, Chu Mu was not a normal sword cultivator. He was a monstrous sword cultivator. When he fought, he could clearly distinguish the difference between each sword. For example, the same stab had many different angles and methods. He could absorb the essence of his opponent and use it to perfect himself. Chapter 1999. A figure appeared out of nowhere. I finally arrived at the 18th level. Holy King was overjoyed when he received the message. It could be seen that Holy King's joy came from the bottom of his heart, and it gradually turned into ecstasy. With a flash of light, a round bead appeared in his hand. The blue color of the bead was incomparably deep, as if it was an endless sea. There were specks of starlight on the bead, as if the stars were hidden in it. Counting carefully, there were a total of 18 starlights. 18 star dark blue pearl. The dark blue pearl in Holy King's hand was actually an 18 star dark blue pearl. This meant that he could use this pearl to directly pass through the 18th level and enter the next level. That might be the place where the spirit of the world was. Spirit of the world, I, undying Saint Sovereign, am here. Holy King said to himself. He immediately used the power of the 18 star dark blue pearl, and his body instantly disappeared. This was his advantage, an advantage that no one could compare to. Ever since he stepped into the no-return sword corridor, he would constantly encounter strong enemies as he continued to move forward. In the beginning, the black figures were at the early stage of the 3rd refinement. There were a total of 3,000 of them. The mid-stage of the 3rd refinement also had 3,000 of them. The high stage of the 3rd refinement also had 3,000 of them. Chu Mu continued to kill. The 4th level of the Withering Secret skill allowed him to replenish his strength in the shortest time after he used it. Therefore, in battle, Chu Mu's strength seemed to be inexhaustible. He did not need to worry about the problem of strength at all. This was his advantage, an advantage that no one else could compare to. Of course, Chu Mu did not know that although Holy King entered the 18th level later than him, he had left the 18th level earlier than him. This was because Holy King had the 18 star dark blue pearl. From the beginning, Chu Mu's limit was to deal with 10 little sacred masters. Now he could deal with 12 of them. This was an obvious improvement. This was the result of his improved fighting skills and sword skills under the same strength. Of course, it was also because he had mastered the sword intent, which made his 2 swords more agile and accurate. The flaws in Little Sacred Master's swordsmanship would be easily found by the Black Shadow and targeted. It was naturally impossible for Chu Mu to remain unscathed during the battle. He had been struck many times, but with the Withering Secret technique, he was able to recover in an extremely short amount of time, allowing him to continue fighting. Under Chu Mu's dual swords, the number of little sacred masters kept decreasing. Chu Mu killed the last lesser, holy venerate without any distractions. Then he killed him with his 2 swords and disappeared. Having lost his target, Chu Mu woke up from his killing spree and exhaled. Although the 4th level of the secret art of withering could heal his injuries and replenish his energy, fighting for a long time, especially when his opponents were not weak, was a burden on his mind. This was not something that the secret art of withering could heal. Left without a choice, Chu Mu could only stop and sit down cross-legged to recover his exhausted mind. This also allowed his body, which had been in a high-intensity battle, to relax. This rest lasted for a few days. Chu Mu finally recovered. He stood up and withdrew the divine light in his eyes. Then he took a step forward again. Just like before, the starlight fell and black shadows rose from the pitch-black ground. The aura they gave off shocked Chu Mu. Greater holy venerates. 3,000 black shadows. They were all greater holy venerates. If such a group of experts were placed in the deep blue world, they would be able to sweep through the world. Even a half-step holy emperor would not be a match for them. Facing 3,000 black shadows with the strength of greater holy venerates, their swordsmanship would be even more profound and profound. Chu Mu was not confident that he could kill his way over like before. Furthermore, even if he killed his way over, if he encountered another opponent, would it be a supreme holy venerate? Just think about it. 3,000 supreme holy venerates would be enough to turn him into ashes in a single exchange. Let alone the 3,000 supreme holy venerates. Just the 3,000 greater holy venerates before him were enough to give Chu Mu immense pressure. Taking a deep breath and withstanding the enormous pressure, Chu Mu attempted to take a step forward, taking small steps forward. He didn't know how large the sensing range of the great sacred rank black figures was, so he could only try. The moment he made a mistake, it was very likely that he would be surrounded by several great sacred rank black figures. If Chu Mu fell into the encirclement of several great sacred rank black figures, the outcome wouldn't be good. Chu Mu was confident that he could defeat a greater holy venerate in a one-on-one battle, but he would need time. If 2 worked together, it would be very difficult for him to win. He would have to pay a great price. If 3 worked together, he would have no hope of winning. It would be good if he could survive. If 4 worked together, he would die. Chu Mu did not know if he would really die in the no-return sword corridor or not, but it would be best if he was alive. After stepping into a certain range, 2 black figures immediately drew their swords. Sword light broke through the air with astonishing speed. One on the left and one on the right, they attacked Chu Mu. The terrifying sword light pierced through the air with a chilling whistle. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through one's mind. Chu Mu's reaction was extremely fast. His 2 swords shook and instantly deflected the 2 incoming swords. He borrowed the force from the 2 swords and slashed forward. If he was facing a lesser holy venerate, these 2 swords would definitely be able to kill him. However, his current opponent was a greater holy venerate. Chu Mu's 2 swords did not manage to kill his opponent as he wished. On this point, Chu Mu was already mentally prepared. Zhang Kong's 2 swords didn't have the slightest bit of sluggishness. Like flowing water, they turned and once again attacked the 2 black figures. Chu Mu's feet, however, didn't move in the slightest. He already knew that as long as he did not move and stepped into another range, even if the distance between the 2 swords increased, the other black figures would not counterattack. The pressure of fighting 1 against 2 was still within the range that Chu Mu could endure. The current him was not afraid of getting injured. As long as his injuries were not too serious, he would be able to recover in a short period of time. It would not affect his strength. Of course, it would be best if he did not get injured. Chu Mu fought steadily and surely. He did not take any risks. He continued to fight with the 2 greater holy venerates with his 2 swords. The 2 black figures of greater holy venerates worked together very well. However, they were forcibly separated by Chu Mu's two swords. There was no room for them to work together. As a result, the pressure on Chu Mu decreased by a lot. When fighting one against two, the two swords were like two people wielding two swords. Different sword moves and different sword techniques were executed to their heart's content. Chu Mu found an opportunity and knocked back one of them. Then he used the two swords together and killed the other person at lightning speed. Then he killed the other person who charged over, eliminating two strong enemies. Without resting, Chu Mu took advantage of the fact that he killed two strong enemies and his sword intent flourished. Then he took another step forward. This time he attracted the attention of two black figures of greater holy venerates. Although the sword techniques of these two black figures of greater holy venerates were different from the previous two, Chu Mu, who had experienced it before, found it much easier to deal with them. 222. Every time he attracted the attention of two black figures. Chu Mu continuously killed black figures. Whenever a black figure was killed and a gap appeared, the black figures behind would quickly fill the gap. One time, Chu Mu was careless. Due to a slight misstep in his footsteps, he attracted the attention of three greater holy venerates. The three greater holy venerates immediately placed heavy pressure on Chu Mu. Chu Mu fought with his full strength. Furthermore, he paid the price of 3 sword strikes. Only then did he manage to kill one of them. His injuries recovered quickly. The other 2 died to Chu Mu's sword. Of the 3,000 greater holy venerates, Xiao Chen fought 2 by 2, killing 2 by 2. Every time he fought, every time he killed one, it would exhaust a lot of Chu Mu's energy and time. Chu Mu completely forgot about the passage of time, completely immersed in the battle of life and death. The number of black figures dying 2 by 2 decreased. Chu Mu completely adapted to fighting 1 against 2. Now he started challenging 1 against 3. Cultivation was to dig out one's potential. Using battle to nurture battle was to push oneself to the limit in a battle of life and death. Fighting 1 against 3 was still somewhat difficult. Even if Xiao Qin could kill the strong enemies, he would inevitably get injured. What Chu Mu wanted to do was to find a way to kill the other party with minimal injuries. Xiao Chen's body under the 4th layer of the Azure Wither secret technique was somewhat undying. This was what allowed him to continue fighting. However, after recovering from his injuries many times, Chu Mu felt that the speed at which his lifespan was flowing away was somewhat abnormal. 10,000 times faster meant that more than 10 years had passed. This meant that his lifespan had decreased by 10,000 years. Fortunately, there were not many black greater holy venerates left. The last black figure fell under Chu Mu's sword and dissipated into nothingness. Chu Mu released his bated breath. The pressure of fighting 3,000 lesser holy venerates was 10 times greater than that of fighting 3,000 greater holy venerates. Exhaustion, a kind of exhaustion that came from the bottom of his heart, invaded his mind. Sitting down cross-legged, Chu Mu recovered. A few days later, he was fully recovered. He stood up and took a step forward. In front of him, starlight fell and a figure rose. As expected, it was the 3,000 greater holy venerates. Greater holy venerates! A bitter smile hung on the corner of Chu Mu's mouth, but his eyes shot out an incomparably sharp light. His fighting spirit was overflowing. Fight, 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 only death awaited. Chu Mu took a step forward. He was cautious enough to only attract the attention of 1 black figure. However, the power of the greater holy venerates brought great pressure to Chu Mu. That kind of danger rose from within his bones. This was a battle where he gave it his all, a battle where he broke through his limits, a battle where he did not even care about his own injuries. The 2 swords left 2 deep sword marks on the black figure's body. It was a cross-shaped sword mark that almost cut the black figure into pieces. Chu Mu's body was also pierced by a sword. That sword had directly penetrated his heart, shattering the origin of the wood phase. A terrifying power spread from his heart to his entire body. Chapter 2000. What was death? Darkness, emptiness, everything disappeared. He couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. It was empty like a ghost. Am I dead? A thought rose up in his mind. It was like a candle flame in the darkness, dispelling a small part of the darkness. I thought I couldn't feel anything when I died. Why do I still have a thought? Death. Chu Mu had experienced it before. That death allowed his soul to cross over from Earth to ancient sword continent and obtain a new life. What about this death? World Spirit, where are you? Saint King shouted. He used the 18-star blue god pearl to leave the 18th hell and enter the next level. He thought that he could easily find the world spirit, but he realized that he couldn't find it at all. This was a gray void. There was no sky, no earth, and no end. There was no sense of direction or extremity. One couldn't even feel the flow of time. If Chu Mu was here, he would discover that this was the place where he had entered through the spatial door of the 13th hell. Due to the spatial door's instability, he had stayed here. Mini chaotic void. After Saint King entered, he kept searching, but he couldn't find the so-called world spirit. There was only a gray void. This made him feel like cold water had been poured on his excitement and joy. He felt frustrated. World spirit. The imperial dynasty had worked hard for thousands of years for the 18 deep blue god pearls, but they had only obtained 3. They didn't know how long it would take for them to gather the 18 deep blue god pearls. They didn't expect the pearls to move and come to the 18 deep blue hell. They were sure that the world spirit was in the 18 deep blue hell. As long as they found the world spirit, they could gain the recognition of the world spirit and become the child of the world and then the lord of the world. Just think about it. Once one became the world master of the vast, deep blue world, they would possess a power that surpassed a saint emperor. They would be able to control an entire world and control the life and death of countless living beings. They would be supreme and unparalleled. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. What was the point of cultivating so hard? In order to live longer? Maybe that wasn't wrong, but when one's cultivation reached a certain level, longevity was no longer the main goal. Only a higher status, greater strength, above everything else, that was the true goal. However, in this era the great Tao was weak. Sage emperors did not appear. Cultivating to the holy venerate was already the limit. Even if one had the talent to become a sage emperor, they did not have the environment to become one. Perhaps if the great path continued to weaken, even holy venerables would find it difficult to cultivate. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they could sense it, especially the half-holy emperors. Their strength was starting to be affected. Therefore, finding the world spirit and obtaining its recognition became a way out. Although finding the spirit of the world might not get the recognition of the spirit of the world, finding it first would always give him the upper hand. The saint kings who were full of hope were gradually affected by disappointment and became annoyed. At this moment, some saint venerables from various races were in the 18 deep blue hell. They stepped into the no return sword gallery and were constantly fighting. They were strong, but they did not have Chu Mu's ability to recover quickly. Therefore, their killing efficiency was not as good as Chu Mu's. Am I alive or dead? This question kept popping up. Chu Mu could not tell. If he was alive, then why couldn't he hear, see, touch, or feel anything? There was only darkness and void. If he was dead, then why could he still think? Alive or dead? This question lingered in Chu Mu's mind if he still had a mind. His current state was extremely strange. Even he could not tell. The 2 swords had almost killed a supreme saint, and his heart had been pierced through by the supreme saint's sword. This kind of injury should not have been fatal, but the power of the sword was extremely terrifying. It had shattered the origin of the wood aspect and shattered his heart. It had spread throughout his body. The power of the withering secret technique could barely resist that power. In the end, Chumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he wasn't directly killed by the sword. Instead, he was killed by the Azure Wither's secret technique's power. In order to resist that power, he also had to heal the wounds he had sustained. This caused his lifespan to be consumed even more. Although he ultimately healed the wounds on his body, his lifespan was completely consumed and he died. Chumu really did not know what to say about such a way of dying. The way of dying that he did not want was to use up his lifespan, but he had encountered it. In his current state, whether he was alive or dead, even Chumu himself couldn't tell. He could not hear, see, touch, or feel anything. It was complete darkness. He did not know where he was or how much time had passed. He did not know loneliness. It was as if he would exist forever. He was like duckweed floating in the darkness. Chumu kept thinking. No matter how time passed, no matter how darkness invaded him, he did not feel impatient. He was completely in a state of absolute calmness. Chumu could tell that this calmness was not the calmness that he possessed. It was more like a calmness that had lost all emotions. Chumu did not know what was going on in this situation. He could not understand it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Unconsciously, Chumu began to recall. He recalled his experiences on Earth. The first time he held a sword, the first time he swung a sword, the first time he practiced with a sword, the first time he stepped on the path of a swordsman, the first time he became a swordsman, the first time he died and was reborn on the ancient sword continent. On the ancient sword continent, as a disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect, one's cultivation base in the sword chi realm would start from nothing. Step by step, they would grow stronger, encountering one opponent after another. As the saying went, one genius after another would fall under their sword, becoming stepping stones that allowed them to climb up step by step. The geniuses of sects, dynasties, regions, and continents advanced step by step. His life did not stop, and his battles did not stop. From the ancient sword continent, he entered the immemorial realm. From the immemorial realm, he entered the ancient divine world. After that, he entered the deep blue world. He advanced one world after another, growing stronger with each world. Not long ago, he reached the strength of a peak great holy venerate, the peak of the experts in the deep blue world. His parents, his big brother, senior brother Xiao, Qianfeng, many familiar faces that he had not seen for many years appeared in his mind, vivid in his mind. It was as if Chumu was reliving everything that had happened in the past, making him feel as if he was in an illusion. Were those experiences just a dream? He could not distinguish between reality and illusion. As he drifted, he could not see the end. Suddenly, a light appeared before him. That light was like a lighthouse in the vast sea at night, guiding the direction of a lost person. Chumu instinctively flew towards that light. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Chumu finally arrived before that light. That light was like a hole. Without hesitation, Chumu charged into it. Instantly, he saw and felt as if he had come back to life. The alternation between life and death, the wandering between life and death, made him unable to distinguish. This was because he could feel his own existence. He could hear, see, and feel. However, he did not have a body. It was as if only his soul remained. However, it did not feel like a soul. This is the minor primal chaos void. A voice suddenly sounded. It was neither cold nor hot, neither high nor low, neither salty nor light, neither slow nor fast. This voice seemed to be the voice of the heavenly Tao. Every word contained infinite mystery. Chumu seemed to see the world evolving before his eyes. However, he did not comprehend anything. World spirit. With a flash of inspiration, Chumu spoke with an uncertain tone. As Chumu's voice fell, a cloud of fog spread out from the void in front of him. The fog was gray, like the color of chaos at the beginning of the world. It had no facial features or limbs. It fluctuated rhythmically. Chumu realized that the fluctuations contained infinite mystery. This was completely out of Chumu's expectations. He originally thought that his body was gone and only his soul was left. However, he could not leave this place and could not find the world spirit, let alone obtain the recognition of the world spirit. However, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The world spirit that the sacred ruler had not been able to find had appeared before Chumu of its own accord. If the sacred ruler knew about this, it was unknown whether his lungs would explode from anger. As for those powerhouses who were still fighting in the corridor of no return or racking their brains to enter the 18th level, if they knew about this, it was unknown whether they would vomit blood or not. All of this had nothing to do with Chumu. His attention was completely focused on the gray fog in front of him. I have noticed you since you entered the deep blue world. The voice of the world spirit sounded again. It was like the voice of the great Tao, which surprised Chumu slightly. However, when he recalled that this was the world spirit that controlled the entire deep blue world, it was not strange that he had been noticed. Legend has it that if one finds you and obtains your recognition, they can become the son of the world and possess the power of the world. Is this true? Chumu did not know what to say for a moment, so he asked, "Yes." The world spirit answered very simply, "Then how can I obtain your recognition?" Chumu asked again, "Those who do not obtain my recognition cannot see me." The world spirit answered. This sentence made Chumu not know how to express his excitement. Originally, everyone, including him, thought that they must first find the world spirit and then find a way to obtain the recognition of the world spirit. Only then could they obtain the power of the world spirit and become the son of the world. However, Chumu now understood that his previous thoughts were all wrong, because finding the world spirit was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the world spirit. In other words, only by obtaining the recognition of the world spirit could one find the world spirit. Rather than saying that one had to find the world spirit, it was better to say that the world spirit found itself.